So, hello everybody, and welcome back to some more WARNO League action as we are closing in on the end of the group stage tomorrow. And we have some important games here still to cover. We're gonna start with some Division 2 action here. And who do we have here, Chloride?
We have possibly the longest standing favorite for fun players of this casting duo, Meddi. And Meddi playing here MNAD, which is both Protos's and mine, one of our favorite divisions, but has never really broken through into mainstream appeal due to it not being that straightforward as other airborne divisions, and being a little bit wonky, having bad air and having to play defensively despite being an airborne division. And then we have the Czech Greyhound here with the new emerging meta division, 31st Tankovi Divizia. And this one is the T-72 division for the Soviets, which has auxiliary Czechoslovakian units. And these Czechoslovakian units kind of complement the Soviet standard unit combinations really well, providing them with a really good, fast, lightly armored AA truck, bunch of quite good infantry, line infantry that Soviets don't generally get, and with T-72s being the medium tank of the moment, being able to kind of sacrifice a bunch of capabilities such as range, accuracy, and fire rate, and having like kind of mediocre damage and armor against most divisions. If you play your cards correctly, those things can be kind of overpowering, and the numbers themselves contain an ability to like beat through and do timing attacks really well. And doesn't have too many BMP2s, but still does run them. And that's an important vehicle also for mechanized pushing, especially on a map such as this, and especially against an reasonably aggressive infantry division like MNAD.
Oh my goodness. Have a look on the units. Yeah, we saw Mix 90 playing MNET yesterday. We saw Mix 90 playing it really successfully against Procomi, but also pretty standard. We obviously don't get standard from Meddi. We have the maybe wonkiest unit in the game here, coming in helicopter transport from Meddi. We have Marina Dragon 1 in an Alouette flying in here. They got a bit cheaper again. They have at least 1,400 meter range. They have decent accuracy, but it's a 20-point light ATGM unit, and it might actually be price efficient nowadays. I don't think it's card efficient at all, but it's 7 of them here entering the battlefield for Meddi, just trying to create chaos all around the battlefield. And this is why we love this Swedish player. This is going to be a weird meme. Whilst on the other side, I think what we see from Greyhound so far looks really pretty standard. I like the Mi-24K and the Mi-8T rocket helicopter opener here. There are Mistral forward deployment units on the other side, so you have to be a bit careful with it. But if you can catch a couple of the forward deployment unit on off guard with it, it still can be worthwhile quite a lot.
Yeah, so the problem with the Alouettes is that the Alouettes are 30 points and they're really vulnerable and also pretty slow. So any air defense, just a single hit will kill an Alouette. And even though the F-16, the Dutch F-16, the one with the good missiles, striking down that MiG-23. But yeah, basically the points hit that you take by investing into these Alouettes, I don't think it's necessarily worth it. MNAD is a defensive division. Most of its good tools are defensive, even though it can also do like infantry attacks with the Gurkhas and the Pathfinders. Also has like a bunch of light mechanized, but even those units are best when used long ranges, TOW2s and such, Milans, a lot of them. And now with the Mi-24K there, it's going to get under the Para-VADS, the Vulcan air defense system, in just a moment. But it still seems to be in a good position, just like you're feeding points. You're both feeding points and you're feeding your early momentum when you are doing the Alouette play.
F-16 there, getting only one missile hit on target. The Mi-24K needs to get the hell out of there. They'll try to fly low now here. Maybe the Alouette will keep on spotting onto it. As M16 loses line of sight, now goes for the Mi-8. And will get the kill there. Mi-24K does stay alive for now. That's a good thing, but there is a 50 cal truck coming around that might be able to just kill it off from the side here. Yeah, doesn't have any rear shot capabilities, and until it is back in the air, might already get shot down here. Yeah, F-16 comes around, finishes the job, so South is pretty open, and there's a lot of annoying ATGMs now all around the battlefield that can kill your BTR-60 one-shot, that can kill your Malyutka BRDMs one-shot as well, and the VIDS, they're just getting onto the hill. That's just such a Meddi thing as well.
Yeah, the Marineers thing is that its penetration is pretty close to just a standard law launcher, and it only has 1,400 meter range. Now F-16 getting tagged by a elite coup there, Greyhound investing into this early coup. This is a strategy we've seen a bunch of kind of getting normalized after, I believe, Pro Commie and a bunch of other pro players who, like, if you buy a one cube in the opener, that cube is going to get microed on this level of games, and that cube is also going to fire so many shots all throughout the game. So basically sacrificing the potential of getting 2 more cubes into upwetting a single one. Working out here for the moment.
Yeah, LSV there in a good position. Here, the CVRT Sultan trying to pass by into the rear zone. That's a classic Meddi move as well, trying to cheese as many points in the opener as possible. Already on a +2 right now, going towards a +4. And if he can get into the rear zone, that's a really good advantage there. But I believe the BMP Fagot will at least see that. The Saperi Vachvetka will find the Gurkha AT group here as well. So it's not all going 100% into Medinator's favor, but he is in the weird odd game that he likes. I think this is one of the best Meddi maps as well, just allowing for so much room to maneuver with your annoying units. And now Gurkha rifles coming in and Chinook helicopters reinforcing the front line. We have scimitars coming in as well, and 31st will still struggle for a while here to get its strong combined arms online, but once that is online, I think Greyhound should have an easy time starting to clean up Medinator.
Yeah, so Meddi did not have enough infantry to fight the Strelchi and Saperi push in the middle, or the kind of the not a push, but the forces in the middle by Greyhound. But with the Gurkha AT groups, the LSV Milans and the Marineers, creating enough confusion that there are no mechanized reinforcements coming for those infantry in the middle. So Meddi basically did not have the infantry fighting capacity outside of the Pathfinders.
Oh, the LSV Milan getting 3 AA units, 2 double MGs, but most importantly, the double vet group here. Oh, Meddi air spam enabled again, and this is just painful there. This LSV Milan really finding the perfect spot there on the open field, and I think Greyhound was busy microing in the north, getting rid of the Gurkha AT group there, and yeah, you can't just zoom in a game against Medinator. You will have to keep an eye on everything at the same time. He isn't great at micro either, but he will force a lot of micro out of you, and if you're not ready for it, he will get punished like this.
Yeah, now the Gurkha and Pathfinders are moving in the middle here, and they're probably going to secure the middle area quite well. And knowing Meddi will try to start going into Hotel, especially because Greyhound still hasn't captured that zone, which kind of signals that there is a lack of forces around. Now, like Meddi was basically betting on having the Gurkha rifles come in helicopters, which is more expensive, but really fast. So if there was an early breakthrough or an infantry attack, the Gurkha rifles, the expensive units, would come in as a second wave, and the points getting used for those Mariner helicopters. Greyhound has moved a bunch of infantry and is moving now mech also around Delta, and right as Meddi's second wave troops are coming in, but Meddi has no info, and they are driving way, way, way too far in, and might actually lose 2 pretty important defensive units there.
Mi 8 rocket gets killed off with units still in transport. Greyhound also on capacity when it comes to micro, it seems like. It's the classic Omen game multiplied by Meddi. And the Meddi factor here is real. Urals trying to go deep in the north, just gonna get shredded. The Unimog there with the units inside. Gurkha rifles have to be careful as well. I don't think they're gonna get... Yeah, they don't get rescued there. So Meddi gets punished by his own playstyle once again. We have seen that in the past, and yeah, the Lynx here trying to push forward, trying to kill the T-55 AM. He is starting to get pushed back in the south. He still has a +2. That's nice on the map, but it's not gonna get you a victory early on here.
Yeah, and Greyhound's Motoras Vedka managed to get a free kill against that leader there. The scout Hellarm, not close enough, would have to be just slightly closer to spot those recon infantry. Recon infantry especially, of course, get a natural stealth buff, which is, as we can see right now up north here, we're seeing another scout going out there and finding out that the enemy is actually kind of pretty deep in behind lines or expected lines for Meddi, and Meddi is now buying the cluster mortars, the laser guided cluster mortars, which are a nice unit to have around the middle because they can be used to snipe out enemy vehicles if they're standing still. But Meddi needs to start moving resources up north fast because it's just a complete soft underbelly.
Yeah, he seems to try to go for a deep push in the south now towards Foxtrot, as all the investment is going in there. But at the same time, he will lose Delta and Echo if Greyhound realizes what's going on there. In the end, if he gets the trade towards Foxtrot, that would still be okay for him. But that is a big if, as there's still a good amount of Greyhound's forces between him and the Foxtrot point. He should get Golf, but the big question is, will he get Foxtrot? Because his Echo point is completely open in the north.
Yeah, the even Meddi's reinforcements, the scimitars, are moving in to defend Bravo from this infantry push. Now, a Paramorg is out there to do long-range damage with the 50 cal. The Pathfinders are a strong unit. Both Pathfinders and Gurkha rifles in this kind of infantry house-to-house fighting, as long as they're not on the touching distance, they work really well. They have a bunch of machine guns, and the Pathfinders have the special forces trait. But even then, there really isn't the numbers to actually do anything. They can just hold this area. The scimitars, with their autocannons, they are needed to actually drive the enemy off from that forest. And the fact that Meddi is kind of building units for this, as well as seemingly just okay, now more reinforcements are coming, and once again, yeah, they're going into the middle. I think, yeah, Echo and Delta, I think Meddi has just decided, yeah, that's not worth it. That there needs to be a full-on double, triple, quadruple down commitment into the breakthrough, and whether Greyhound realizes that this is what's happening is going to be very important. Any tardiness of Greyhound up north on trying to take this advantage and use it.
Oh, he has his Treltsy behind the lines in the south. Oh, the Sultan just barely moving away from it. Nearly getting the kill there on the CV of Meddi. That would have allowed the +1 here to take for quite a while. And now the Sultan will get into Golf and will capture. The Gurkha rifles are a big danger. The Echo point still is open. Greyhound hasn't quite realized that, I guess. His Streltsies should move a bit further there. The Delta really completely empty, but no recon up north there to really help out of that. The Modraj Vetka maybe could push towards Echo, figuring things out. Ooh, F5 cluster. Deep in the enemy rear line here. The Coups running out of missiles now, not able to shoot this one down. MiG-23 coming around as well. Buccaneers trying to go deep onto the AA, but get stopped by the MiG-23. F-16 comes around though, and the Coups out of ammo is a big issue here right now. T-23 goes down as well, so the push towards Foxtrot is being set up, but he is slowly getting pushed from the north, and he started now to invest back into Delta with some Gurkhas, so it's not a full commitment to the south either. It's now a weird split, and it's going to be interesting to see where this goes.
Yeah, the single Gurkha rifle with the patrouille and some 50 cals around is still not a defense that can actually hold Greyhound, but it can destroy Greyhound's kind of recon or screening units and thus slow down the enemy mentally that way. And yeah, currently there is no vision on the reinforcement road or towards Delta from Greyhound. I think that's just something that he could take if he wanted to. And even Meddi is deploying outside of the zone here. So, it's more Mariner Dragons, but I guess they are going to be pretty safe. And I guess they work as screening units.
Prima actually being used against the cluster units. Okay, interesting. Cluster mortars being focus fired here. Prima using a good couple of their shots. Acacia not finding the kill on the second one. Relsies find some mariners in this elf. And yeah, the Prima can be quite helpful, but the investment into artillery, obviously real line units here, means that the front line is a bit thin here for Greyhound right now. And he really left Echo open, and that is a big mistake in my eyes, that he didn't capture, that he didn't move his moderate red guys up there into it to at least contest it. As this leaves Meddi on a +1. And yeah, the push into the center zone, not really full force from Greyhound either, so this is going to stay in Meddi's hands as well, as there are enough Gurkha rifles, mariners, and annoying ATGMs around there to stop that from happening. And the amount of BMP-1s and tanks here currently is a bit lacking.
Yeah, the Meddi seems to be banking on the counter-attack being a straight north attack with Bravo. So you have this big highway here, and if you can have fire control around that highway, it's going to basically force the enemy to deploy on the right side of the highway, thus giving you an inherent advantage in fighting over Delta. And I think this is, as you said about the Echo, like the so-called mindless pushing of forehead, just push forehead, you know, that kind of play that airborne players and aggro players do in this game, it is not necessarily mindless. The point of Meddi and point of even like over-investing into that southeast attack, well, is partly to keep up the initiative any means necessary. Keep the enemy on their toes, keep the enemy responding, so that they don't have the mental or points capacity to exploit the fact that you don't have anything on Echo. And just like by the skin of his teeth, Meddi has managed to hold both the reinforcement road into Delta and Echo, basically just because Greyhound had to do some other stuff. And now Meddi finally starting to exploit that reinforcement road. And also Meddi's kind of recon mech units here are pretty risky position, but the fact that they can be there tells Meddi that this is a place that reinforcements can maybe be sent to. And yeah, already we're seeing 4 more Scorpions and even an extra leader here to contest Delta.
Yeah, we see more reinforcements towards the south currently still from Greyhound. Still wants to get back in there. Has a T-55 AM1 down there. That is really good against scimitars and co. Doesn't have smoke, so it needs to stay in forests against all the ATGM units on the other side. And yeah, Meddi has shut down the flank on the south. The Marina Dragons there finding some light kills. And the Streltsy and Moderate Shotgun in the north moving around as well. More Marina Dragon there just as flanking ambushes, but in infantry fights obviously completely useless, so the Streltsies will get some free kills there. But leaving Delta open, allowing Meddi to get a +1 back there most likely, that is pretty problematic. And he actually tries to flank around north, and Meddi's Dragon 1 up there might actually pay off against the BMP-1 later, because Greyhound is playing the Meddi game right now, and obviously nobody is better at those flanking maneuvers than Meddi, so predicting that correctly, he has a weird Marina 1 placement that actually might catch the BMP-1, though I guess the Peusa should win the direct fight there and shred it in a couple of seconds, but we'll see. Maybe it can surprise us there. BMP-1s here, pretty helpful as well when they get their Fagot 1s, the Fagots on target. I think the T-55 BMP-1 combo in general should be able to, in the long term, get this under control, but the question is 23 minutes still remaining, but the point lead already pretty good here for Meddi. Can Greyhound get the take online here? First stopped and then get his online in time.
Yeah, Meddi is in a position here where Meddi is doing mechanized attacks with the Scorpions and the Scimitars. There are also like a bunch more light vehicles, Weasels especially. We've already seen the ATGM vehicles in the middle also. So currently Greyhound can basically out-tech this, but with the T-55 AM1. BMP-2s, BMP-1s, and T-55s getting that effective low to medium range mech could probably like secure good trades and good engagements for Greyhound. It's not that bad right now. The +2 and impending +3 that Meddi is gonna get is gonna be the big problem here, because Greyhound's units and Greyhound's investments, attention investments, are spread all around the map. Meddi still has a bunch of Buccaneers out here. Meddi's just bought artillery and is gonna start engaging here, and there could be a little bit of an overinvestment on Greyhound's part for infantry.
Scimitar. Okay, nearly gets the MP1 leader in the south. That is important to get the Gulf point. We have a cluster coming around for the Sultan, but not really hitting the Scorpion plop. So the Prima not really getting its value. We have a B-man now coming around as well. That can be really helpful against infantry. Striker here trying to find a kill. Has to let it go. As Strelzy's push in. Dodges the BMP2's fight as well. But the Dragon 1 wins the fight in the north. Marina Dragon 1 MVP unit. It gets the CV and the Bruiser. Yeah. Meddi's with the 5-head positioning there. Oh, this is rough for Greyhound. Getting punished for trying to play the sneak game instead of just straight running into it. Like, the straight path was open, that nothing could have stopped it. He tried to be secure and sneaky, and the Mariner Dragon 1 just absolutely ruining his move there in the north, keeping the +3 on for Meddi, and this makes everything so much harder right now.
Yeah, Greyhound now has 2 fighters up here, and there is not a lot of organic ground defense outside of the Mistrals. The fighters have been doing it for Meddi for some time now, though the fighters are better than the Soviet fighters in the air right now. The problem with Greyhound is that Greyhound can win this. Greyhound can get in, exploit the heavier support equipment, but it requires so many steps. It requires the steps of, first of all, getting another leader up north, investing into that one, securing that one, or moving the units to make sure that there isn't a goddamn Mariner Dragon sitting inside the forest. And then also you need to keep microing against the Gurkha rifles, which are singularly way more powerful than any other infantry unit you have. Yeah. So you always need to have support, always an artillery, always an airplane. It's really bad for Greyhound here.
The next CV gets killed off. The air tab here being in favor of Meddi currently is a big problem as well, especially considering that the high-vet coups have fallen and that the MiG-23s have been picked off one by one here now as well. Still a coup in the south, trying to engage. T-55 up north might just get ganged up on by the Scorpions. Scorpions trying to retaliate here. MiG-23 not finding the kill. Has to be careful there on the way out. Weasel Toes now getting involved as well. The center push not working out. And the Akatsia trying to find the enemy CV here, but not really getting on target just yet. Prima so far not of great value either. Hasn't found any of the light mech plops, which would be where it really starts to pay off. And we get the +3 back here for Meddi. Meddi finds the T-55 here as well. MiG-23s once more not really getting any kill. One of them getting just barely out. There we go. Finally a Buccaneer down. But a good amount of value generated by it. And the user immediately, or it's ZQ-23 actually it is, immediately under fire by the artillery here. So the center actually maybe collapsing here for Greyhound. It's not just only that he doesn't push into Bravo. Hotel might be in danger now as well. And yeah, this is a classic Meddi game on Omen. This is how he likes to play, and it's a really wild style of Mnet.
Yeah, Omen having so many places where better infantry can win you a lot of ground. And the fact that the Gurkha rifles at lockdown veterancy of minimum 12 guys, good AT weapon, really fast deployment with the Chinooks as well, and then also the Resolute trait, it just means that it's gonna 1v1 everything, and it's gonna have the ability to it's got a really good AT weapon as well. So there are many situations in which having an infantry unit such as this is not the most efficient one. When your enemy's front line looks like singular superior RPOs, singular strategies, and not really a like centralized block of mech, the Gurkha rifles are an amazing resource. Every attack here can be just a single Gurkha rifles that's going to advance until the enemy micros against it. The micros either number of units or fire support. And since the start, no matter how wonky it was, especially the LSV Milan play of Meddi early on, has just been kicking the enemy, just trying to catch up.
Yeah, and we see MiG-23ML here coming around, just chilling out in the rear, but it's 17 minutes still. The +3 is the big issue here right now. CV tank trying to get into the south, but the Gurkha rifles there sitting with their low 80, and they get the kill on it before it can enter. Another CV down. The support of the CV is just not quite big enough, and yeah, it's just a tough game for this matchup, I guess, with 31st. If you don't navigate the early game like smoothly. Like, it doesn't have to be perfect, but it has to be without heavy losses. And there have been losses from the get-go, and that's where the Combined Arms division fall apart against those sneaky red divisions like MNet that can just completely infiltrate your whole rear line. And then if there are too many gaps, Gurkha Rifle ATs will just mean that the enemy gets ahead in KD, and then you struggle with your T-72 heavy division that wants to get that Combined Arms mechanized core in the center of its push, because you're just never going to establish it.
Yeah, Meddi's artillery battery getting decimated here by the Primas cluster munitions. And I think Greyhound's infantry investment into the middle and kind of the continuous lackluster investment in the middle was a huge, like a big waste from the start. Like there was a moment right in the opener to try to go and use those 3 infantry units against really only 1 infantry unit that was defending the Pathfinders, but that would have been really risky and not the best play. So since then, Greyhound just hung around with a technical control over that entrance area, with in practice the Paramilans and Marineers and the Gurkha ATs actually holding ground around it, and continuous investment there would have been just best used somewhere else. I think in the opener, the ATGM heavy openers of MNAD kind of naturally give an opener for your enemy to have a bunch of Pulamechiki and Strelchi, the better infantry. And we saw the infantry attack into the middle Bravo from the northern flank, and it looked really nice because all those massed ATGMs had to just run away from the decent infantry, but the momentum for that waned, and it would have immediately kind of had to be the transition into BMP2s and BMP1s and mech. And instead, Greyhound just kept playing that infantry fight all around the map. And in the late game, you get 2 cards of Gurkha rifles. Both of them can be given with the helicopters, so they can be deployed fast. And in these late game situations, there are enough Gurkha rifles to fight off every single Strelchi you have one by one. And that's what Meddi has been doing.
Yeah, we see more units here on the flank, Gurkha rifles finding the kill against the CV, against another T-72. One gets into the rear zone finally, but that won't even stop the tick. Another one on the way in the south. Meddi's Marine Dragons here just pushing forward, getting deep into the enemy rear. Scimitars, Gurkha AT, they're trying to flank through Foxtrot now as well, realizing that there's nothing here around Combined Arms wise in the south anymore for Greyhound, because he has been pulled so thin across the map. And I feel like, yeah, with a division like this, you maybe have to play it harder for the 2-pointer. Just bunker in on India. That's a point that you can defend usually relatively easy, and then go Bravo, Delta, Alpha. But it's a tough one, and especially if you start to take losses in the early game against a light division that just can fill the gaps easily and can push through your gaps quickly as well. It is a really tough game if you don't get the early game well, and I think Meddi did a really solid job in the early stages, and a couple small mistakes by Greyhound really starting to add up here, and then Mnet just floods you with bullshit.
Yeah, the Gurkha rifles, or most of them being wounded. There's 2-man Gurkha rifles, 5-man Gurkha rifles. There was another 5-man Gurkha rifles just destroyed by the AA gun. There's an 8-man Gurkha rifles. Like all of these Gurkha rifles have like destroyed an enemy infantry unit and then just kept going. And importantly, if they destroy the enemy infantry unit, they're still going to have the Law 80, which is an amazing weapon. So even like a 2-man Gurkha rifles somewhere around the forest, still a threat, still a problem, still needs to be microed against.
Yeah, we see Greyhound now starting to get a +2 up for a bit, but that +2 on its own won't be enough. He needs more than this, and it's hard to see where he could get more than this, because he still doesn't have a like wrecking ball, 3 T-72s with AA and a couple of infantry and BMPs next to it that you want in this matchup late on in the game, so that you can shut down any ATGM vehicle immediately, that your B-man can help you out of smoke, that you see any threat immediately and can react. Like, that never materialized, and instead it's still action all across the board. The Mariniers and the AT group still finding value here 30 minutes into the game, and they might even run down the T-72BK in the south. Gurkha rifles get the AT on target, finding a good hit. Oh, Law not finding the kill there, but T-72BK once more in a lot of danger. Scimitar just trying to finish it off. That one can't do it with the autocannon. But Meddi still keeps the pressure on, gets some good kills here in the rear line. Cleans up the north now, stopping the tick again. And the T-72BK off Greyhound completely isolated should be picked up eventually as well.
Yeah, and now with the some limited amount of momentum or maneuverability here for Greyhound that you gain with these T-72s and the helicopters and the bombers around them is really kind of limited by the fact that all the all the infantry has gone right now. There is not enough infantry on board, so the T-72s even. They only gate the +1, which, as I said, is not enough. 10 minutes of +1 is 400 points, so that is not enough. Needs to be at least 80, 1,500 points, which would be like +4 at this point. And without the infantry and without the ability to push with like cheaper units like the Strelchys or the Razvedka Saperis, the T-72s have like no offensive capabilities against MNAD. MNAD has so many cheap and good AT weapons.
Yeah, and especially on a map like this where a Gurkha AT squad can sit in any bush, and now we see the capture of the south again. That will bring the +1 back to Meddi, starting to get on the last stretch to the 2000s. Next CB on the way towards the northern point to contest that, get a +2 back, and there's nothing stopping him now from Foxtrot. T-72 AK in the center won't get into Bravo. There's just too many Gurkha AT, and Gurkha was in that zone as well. Oh, might get it in for a second, but then it will explode. And I believe Meddi could push towards Foxtrot now without any issues as well. Whilst the northern T-72BK is completely isolated in that forest. The helicopters trying to help out got shut down because the air superiority is fully in the hands of Medinator now as well. The troops have been killed off. The MiG-23s all have been shut down as well as they dove a bit too deep, trying to gain some stuff early. And here come the weasels. Oh,
it's the weasel attack. The airborne weasels, first time in the league, I believe.
Yeah, I believe so as well. At least above Division 3. And here come the weasel in the CH-53s. Just trying to get as deep as possible there. Using the air superiority fully. No ZU-23s in their weight anymore. No users there to stop them, and this is such a Meddi play. It doesn't really do anything at this point anymore, but Yeah, I could have seen that just coming out earlier as well. So there were a lot of gun-based AA, so it makes sense that he did keep it in the until now. And yeah, this will just make the game even more obnoxious here for Greyhound.
Yeah, and you can use these as just as quick reinforcements. It's still 245 kph, like straight line as the crow flies reinforcement. So enemies doing an infantry push, you're gonna airdrop some weasels out there. Why not?
Yeah, Weasel's now coming in, dropping in. Weasel Mark 20 there, being around. Incanol 20 millimeter, lighting up the enemy here. Me 8's flying over it, just getting completely shredded. So the Weasels even will get some kills here, as they dove so deep, hunting down the Prima now as well. All about to be hunted down there too. Greyhound not giving up, fighting it out to the end, moving a CV into the center, but with 7 minutes remaining, there's no real hope here for his forces, and there we go. GG is given, and Medinator does get a point here. And yeah, does get a good KD as well, but that's just the rolling thunder on Omen. Once Mnet starts to dissolve the enemy combined arms, it just can throw more stuff on it and keep rolling cost efficiently, and that's exactly what happened here. I think the early game was closer than this, but yeah, Meddi came prepared for Omen. Greyhound didn't quite come prepared for Medinator, and Meddi gets the 1-0 here in game 1.
Yeah, it should be pointed out that MNAD was the counter pick.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. I think they gave us the games in the wrong order. They said it's they named this one game 1, but the take rate goes the other way around. So that's it's 4th versus 157 on Chandra in the second one. So both of our mirrored maps we're gonna see here. And 157, interesting Nether division as well. 4th, pretty aggressive deck there. Cheaper combined arms. I think that's a better division against Meddi. You still have quality mech forces in the late game to bully Meddi with, and you have a bit cheaper stuff there than 31st. You have the Honkaroos and so on to stop any shenanigans in the early game. But also, 157th is not the classic Medinator style. It's more of a big ball of shit. It's not the small little forces of annoying bullshit running around. It's more one big blob of all the annoying stuff in one formation. So that's going to be interesting here as well on Chandra, which is a bit of a more open map as well, a bit easier to control, even though it's similar in size. And I'm pretty excited for that as well. So game number 2 between Greyhound and Medinator coming up. Chandra with 4th CMAC versus 457 Motostralky. And game number 2, Chandra with the named divisions. 157 for Meddi, Greyhound here coming in with 4th ZMAC. And before I jump in there, quick shout out once more, guys, to the Matchuino page, where you guys can help out funding the tournament, and you don't even have to pay anything yourself. You can just come in over, click on the link in the chat, and click the claim code button, and that adds 25 cents to the prize pool for free. You don't have to pay anything, we don't have to pay anything. It will be paid out directly to the players at the end of the tournament. So if you want to support the players, if you want to get us closer to a 24-hour WARNO stream with Protoss, with me, yeah, help out getting that funded. And thanks to all of you clicking the claim code button. Big thanks to all of you coming around with big donations already, especially the Mother here with $250 US, nearly getting half of the prize pool on their own here. And yeah, let's use the claim code buttons up. If we can do that in the near future, we might even get a third batch of those, and then we can get even more free money into the prize pool. So let's use it up. If you used the first batch, you can still do it again here now with the second batch of free claim code buttons. And yeah, let's go in here into the second game. 157th. Really setting up here with a lot of forces as expected. What do we see here?
Yeah, so 157th is an interesting read bad, in my opinion, pick against 4th Schmeck, because 4th Schmeck with the T55s they get actually out-techs the standard IS-2, the T55. Wait, no, the standard IS-2 tanks here. Meddi also buying the T55 AM1s, which are kind of equivalent to what the Polish get, but there already is a reserve tank division that would fit better against Forge Mech, in my opinion.
I made an oopsie. I left it at 2 times speed. So the game has started for me already. We'll be back in a sec. So yeah, going in hot now, guys. I'm sorry for that one, but
yeah, so what I think Meddi is doing, Meddi wants to do maximalism. When Meddi plays with numbers, Meddi wants the most numbers. Doesn't want the division that fits in here necessarily. Wants the division that perfectly embodies the platonic ideal of what he wants to do. No compromises. No, as Konrad Adenauer used to say back. Blah blah. Anyways, Honker Russes are going to be meeting K1 Chetax, the recon reserve recon helicopter, which is a very friendly looking piece of technology. I like the light blue and white combo. Honker Russes also moving in and getting spotted as they move into Shariton, where they're going to meet a small mechanized fighting group with a BMP-1 and 2 IS-2s, as well as some recon Comitatura. Not really a lot of, not a block of infantry, even though 157 can absolutely produce massive blocks of infantry. The Reservisti is a good unit. For 30 points, you get a reserve infantry squad. It's got 8 men, and it's got a pretty decent AT rocket launcher. It deploys with a cheap transport of 15 points, and most importantly, you get a buttload of them, and they're veterancy 1. So if it comes down to infantry grinds, which it often does with the Polish, at least that 157 can counter. Now, Greyhound is going to be in a position here with the Commandosi and the Rospecialny, where they're going to try to start getting early trades. The early trades here, immensely important. A light infantry division like the Polish one that cannot outlast a division with this level of numbers in the late game. And this map, having such a wide front line, inherently favors divisions that can can sustain those front lines with eternal reinforcements. Rospecialny and Commandosi moving in here, Honkarus's PMP and leaders, so kind of a light aggro, not a lot of AT weaponry here outside of the Commandosi's, the Rospecialny's RPG-7 VLs. So the TO-55s and the Mi-8 helicopter with the rockets will probably be enough to at least stop the advance, if not actually fight all of this off. Commandosi critically not getting a kill against the IS-2s, but IS-2s, being veteran tanks, being very slow already, have been brought down to low cohesion, so probably gonna be a little bit inefficient right now.
Yeah, Commandosi there versus ZPU, Mi-8, MTV coming up forward as well. There is an OSA on the other side though. That's one of the big strengths of the ZMAC, that they have those fast, strong anti-helicopter AA pieces. Mi-8 TV gets to dodge away from it though. Firing HGMs onto the Honkaroos right now actually. And Rockets there. Gets one killed. Gets hit pretty hard by the other one, but both going down. OSA now in range again though. Finishes the job. BTR 40 now trying to flank around in the south, and this is the important part of the map right now. Greyhound also getting some good recon onto the enemy spawn this time around with the BRDM. No flanking movement here from Meddi this game. It's all focused on the blob, but it's not a consolidated blob at one point. It's 3 smaller blobs spread out, trying to find a weak spot, but 4th ZMAC is deep enough that it can get decent combined arm defensive lines everywhere, and that makes it quite hard here for Meddi to get through.
Yeah, I think Meddi's ability to quickly get like a unit of three reservisti or two tanks and one recon vehicle, stuff like this, means that if Meddi gets good trades, Meddi can start doing cheap aggro early on. And if you do that kind of stuff enough, that's, as we saw in the last game, can just overwhelm your opponent. You force them to micro against your units down south here, and then you just kind of blindly send in some reservisti to find out if it's safe to move here or there. And Greyhound here, all of Greyhound's reinforcements going straight up into Shariton, so this could very well be a huge long-term failure if Meddi can trade well against here. Two-point leadership here, which is now gonna get diminished into 1. It's not good enough to lose all these units.
Yeah, also getting hunted down by an IS-2. IS-2 goes down for it, but that's still a great trade. High-tech AA system, 130 points versus a 40-point vintage tank. And now T-55 A's coming in, and those are the ones that get smoke. 11 frontal armor there, 2001 meter range, but they get the smoke, so they can be used a bit more aggressively than the normal T-55As on the other side. They have reservist, so they take a bit more stress damage, but they have a bit more range, they have the smoke, so you can micro a bit more with them. It's going to be interesting to see what Meddi can do with these Su-25s. So far, hasn't really generated any value out of them. But still flying around here, no AA on the other side. You don't want to send a plane in against 157 because they will just get you with the updated Su-27, the T-10, and just shoot you out of the sky. So no real point in sending fighters. You need to wait for your OSAs to come back. One is on the way already here though, and the Su-25 maybe stayed around for a bit too long. Gets immediately hit, down to 3 hit points, and it goes down. Yeah, Meddi kept the Su-25 way too long without actually shooting into anything and gets punished for it. And that makes the trades here a lot more even now for Greyhound, and makes the whole trading here a bit more worthwhile. Is now 200 points ahead. That's nice on Chandra, meaning that the enemy side really has to push into you later on. And might even get a couple more points out here before Meddi really has any force to push him out. A lot more tanks coming in, but this is not perfect tank country. I'm surprised we see so few reservisti. Surprised we don't see any artillery here out of Meddi. Just more and more tanks coming in. Not sure if that's the right solution.
Yeah, I think the Su-25 was kind of supposed to make sure that T-55s cannot be on the open and keep up the fire in these town fights. But now that T-55s had to move into cover into the forested hill, there isn't enough infantry to deal with them. The IS-2s on close ranges do not have kinetic penetrators, so T-55 just easily went through them. And Meddi, as you said, the IS-2s getting sent into these close range situations, I think they are a bad investment. A 3 squads of reservisti would function better, in my opinion.
Yeah, and a couple of tanks are fine. You want to have those MGs. You want to have that extra firepower from the rear, but there is currently nothing in front of these tanks, so they have to run into enemy AT range. And most of the Polish units don't have great AT, like the 14 pen RPG 7 VM means that you will need a good couple of frontal hits even against an IS-2 before they go down, but they still will get you over time here before you get worthwhile fighting out of your reservist tanks that will get stunned down immediately after being hit. Yeah, there we go. Immediate stun, and just pushing in with that isn't working out, and Meddi is not doing the wild Meddi plays here. And he's now trying to use his artillery standard in the middle, just shooting stuff up. He is now using his numerical advantage in the north, finally pushing a bit there, but it's not a consolidated push, so the great infantry blob of Greyhound here, just absolutely eating Meddi's infantry alive, and no fire support there around to really help out with that.
Yeah, the mech here down south is taking hits from these RPG-7 VNs, which only have 14 penetration, but because these are reservist zero-vet units, they are getting put into low cohesion and often stunned by a single hit. So this is just Meddi not having a proper balance of resources. Now the infantry, the reservisti and command usilenia are coming in, but that's just not, they should have been there few minutes ago. Buy 2 of each instead of 4. And Meddi is attempting an attack now with the mechanized forces and support elements up north, and there are Meridas and T-55s and BMPs in pretty decent positions. Interesting BMP-1 versus IS-2 fight happening here. Neither side performing until now.
The BMP-1s, they're actually shooting down the IS-2s. With the ATGM, Malyutkas on those short ranges can't really miss, and the IS-2s couldn't shoot the BMP-1 down in time. Merida gets rear-shotted by the T-55 on the other side with the Bastion, gets killed there, so that's a nice one for Meddi. But Meddi's still not really on breakthrough terms there. Tries to push out through the forest, through Gregory as well, but just too many vehicles in forests. Just too many tanks trying to headbutt in there. And that's not really how you want to use these tanks in this division. Like, you want to use them close with your infantry behind. They can eat an AT weapon or so once or twice. That is not the issue. But if you just try to do close range fights with enemy infantry, even the mediocre Polish AT weapons will just murder you over time. And it's not really necessary in the division. You get enough infantry, you get enough cheap dirt infantry to make that combined arms happen. So I am surprised that Meddi doesn't do that. And now he brings out all the infantry, but that's after most of his tanks are already dead. So Greyhound gets pretty cost-efficient trades here, and the situation currently for Medinator not looking amazing.
Yeah, and 157 gets the BTR 152 reservist transport truck with a 50 cal and 1 armor. So you can just gather all of these things and have them traverse the forests and find out if it's safe for your tanks to move there. If you can't have the reservist in position, but that's also just a little bit extra micro. Rocket artillery striking at Meddi's attack here. The first line of defense has almost been pushed through, but Meddi's forces are not in a position to strike through the second line, which is now getting reinforced. Its flank, the forest, is going to be held by this Piechota SVD, one of the better infantry squads that the Polish get. And on the long ranges, you're going to have the T-55s, even with the coffin launcher variant here, doing damage to those soft targets. Meddi sending in an airplane, rocket attack plane down south here, trying to somehow deal with the fact that a Greyhound is pretty close to capturing this, does not find any targets, instead got by twin OSAs.
The OSAs are really good against SUs, so against the helicopters on the SUs, they're the perfect AA basically. Can move very quickly around to get into the right spots, have enough accuracy and rate of fire to get them shut down, and you don't overpay for them. And in the south, the push now with the reservists and the mortars and a couple of IS-2s does now gain some ground again for Meddi, but it's not really getting any traits, and at the same time, he starts to lose out even more in the center. Mi-8 TV there might be helpful, but OSAS not rotating just yet. Could be on the way around already. And Greyhound gets a lot of points for short run level. Like, the +3 here on this map always is amazing. Even a +2 does already do fine. He got the CV out in the south, so it's only a +2, but 760 points is not something you catch up easily to on this map, so the lead here is pretty big. It's still manageable here for Meddi if he finds some really consolidated victories with his plop, and if he gets his plop fully online in the south, and it seems like he's doing that right now. If Greyhound overextends there in the southern zone, he has nothing in front of Dimitri, so he could get outflanked there and just overrun potentially in the south, but for now he still holds on. He can reinforce pretty cheaply as well, and the trade's currently not looking like they're going insanely well for Meddi.
Yeah, Greyhound's tank reinforcements have been going to secure the northern flank, and they're actually in position here to start doing damage against Meddi. Meddi building up to break that second line of defense. But meanwhile, down south, not really any tanks or tank allikes behind this infantry wall. So now with the Reservisti and Usilenia here, fire support, IS-2s, PTRs are slowly pushing through. These infantry units, even though high veterancy on the Polish side, are kind of spent. So a breakthrough with even more tanks and 2 flame tanks moving into this front, could be that Meddi can kind of take this breakthrough. And if Meddi takes that, Meddi kind of automatically also takes back Gregory. And Meddi still does have a very wide and robust front line, and reservist divisions can afford to do this kind of stuff, but they cannot afford to lose engagements when they really commit to them. And right now, Greyhound's units are performing so well. They are nicely positioned. Once again, all the infantry is hiding from the tank support. Helicopter reinforcements are coming in, and okay, now a big force of troops getting bought to reinforce.
Yeah, and that means that the push through likely not going to happen. OSAS here maybe overextending a bit towards the Mi-8, but the BTRs take a good while to actually get a kill there as well. Mi-2 Urn will get the kill on them. OSAS now under fire by the T-55s. Mi-2 Urn getting the AA piece there, actually, the BTR-40. And the OTs find one OSA, but not both. And the Mi-8 gets shut down beforehand, so in the end, not really a great trade here for Meddi either. He gets the zone back for now, still has Gregory under control for Greyhound though, and Greyhound's infantry is coming in, whilst the reinforcements of Meddi once more not around here, but somehow split up in the middle, and he has no combined arms here. He doesn't have the TO-55s and T-55s anymore to push through the forest with the infantry. Like, really, that's how you want to do it. Eat 1 or 2 ATs and then fall back behind your infantry so the enemy infantry can't hunt down your tanks. But your Reservisti on their own, they don't get the kills, whilst your T-55s on their own don't get it either, but they're cheap enough that you just can usually use them combined arms-wise the whole time, and I feel like Meddi thinks this is his division because he loves spam, but it's not really his kind of spam. Like, he likes to have a spam of individually strong units, that are specialists at what they do and they can win, whilst 457 doesn't have specialists. It has a lot of bunched up mediocre units that are just slightly more cost efficient than a lot of the other units on the other side, but you still need to play the normal combined arms, and Meddi is not really doing that well here, but Greyhound is doing it pretty fantastically, actually.
Yeah, I go back to my opening statement that there was a Soviet reserve division that could have played this playstyle, but just with a significantly higher tech level, getting the T10Ms, which are an amazing low tech medium tank that would beat the T55s price wise, at least as far as support units. And IS2s have not been doing a lot this game except dying, and all those points could have been spent into something else. And the 157's powers, which is the great fighter plane and ability to make these blobs of reservisti Vet1, which you can then with commanders and commandatura units you can remove the reservist trait, and suddenly you have veterancy 2 8-man infantry squads for 30 points. And Meddi didn't, even though Meddi has been doing that a little bit, Meddi was sending those reservisti with their pretty limited fire support to fight against the Sappersi Sturmovi, fight against the Commandosi, and fight against the Piekota SVD, slowly wasting that infantry potential. And by the time he actually got the full-on combination of units going, the damage had already kind of been done. And now Greyhound has significant reinforcements coming in and significant combined arms coming in down southwest. And even though the point of Gregory has been recaptured and Meddi now has a bunch of forces out there, Meddi is still in a really bad position where there needs to be both trading up and also capturing ground. And reservist divisions are just really not that great at this.
Yeah, he also did lose his foothold towards Boris. The counter push there is not going well for Greyhound, losing a couple of T-55s, a lot of his infantry there, pushing a bit over eagerly into the other side of it, and gets shut down there on the way in. But Su-25s, once more, not achieving anything here, just getting shut down by OSAS. And yeah, the combined arms here is just not materializing at any point for Meddi. He doesn't use the strong artillery, like the 120mm mortar is actually doing an okay job, but he's not using the heavier artillery really a number, like the Div1. He has one out. That's a really cheap 152mm artillery piece. You get a couple of other good ones, like the big BR4 siege guns that have a lot of firepower, similar to, or at the same stats wise as what you get in Div1, and that is not out on the battlefield here either. And instead, the BMP-1 units come in on their own, then the Reservisti come in on their own, and then the tanks come in on their own again, and nothing of that really works. But Greyhound really finds the most cost-efficient spots for his units most of the time here. Not all of the time. A couple of pushes were maybe a bit overeager here from Greyhound as well, smelling the blood in the water. But so far, he's doing really fine, and 1,400 points is something that is really hard to get back on this pretty limited map when it comes to points available, especially easy points available, because you're usually not going to get all 4 enemy points, because that means you will have to overrun them on the whole flank. You maybe get 2, usually only 1, and with a +2, yeah, that already would be tough now for Meddi to get these points back.
Yeah, we can see in a lot of places the veterancy seems to play a pretty big role. Not just the standard Piekota Shmek units getting upvetted twice, which means that against the Reservisti or against the standard Vet 1 infantry, all things being equal, no fire support, the higher veterancy unit will win. Higher veterancy units don't cost anything points-wise, so they can be brought out at the same pace as lower veterancy units, but you have to achieve something with them. You have to get kills, you have to get tactical control, fire, like roads, territory, whatever. And Greyhound has been doing that pretty smartly. Even the cheaper T-55 tanks and Meridas are often, we're seeing them upvetted, and that gives the ability to go against larger numbers overall. And it's just, you just have to have like a proper plan, and you have to constantly keep up your combined arms. And if Greyhound at any point of the game would have kind of decided that, well, now is the spam portion, now is the time that we're going to do the one big push, then that could have been probably counterable by Meddi. But just this constant using of these really low health units, getting them back up in shape, and winning these engagements barely against slightly weaker infantry. It's really nice to see here. And Meddi, it kind of looks like Meddi is just beating his head on nothing at Sheraton, but that's because Greyhound is doing so well micro-wise.
Yeah, BMP1 there on the hill, trying to get a bit of value, but the number of Meridas now is just way too high to let anything through. The 22mm artillery pieces off Greyhound doing decently as well, and the +2 just keeps on ticking up here. 1,600 points would be 1 points needed per minute. That's a +3 from now on out for Meddi. That would have to be needed to swing it around, and that will be even higher if he ever gets anywhere, because then he needs a +4, +5, and +4 already is hard enough. +5 basically impossible at this stage, and I just don't see his combined arms here really setting it up. I feel like he should have ignored Sheraton to some degree, like hold the force behind it, but then push maybe to Gregory with his big tank blobs, but he just sent it back into the meat grinder there, into a bad space time and again, and it's just never materialized. The Commandosi, Picotto Smack, and the Saverzi Stomovi just got great engagement after great engagement, a couple of AA units, a couple of light tanks to make it so that you can't just run around them, and then just constant good grind here from Greyhound. Really, really well executed play so far, and a tough one for Meddi.
Yeah, I think Meddi could have maybe played more passively and not started the push into Boris, the slow push into Boris, which then kind of bled out a bunch of Meddi's resources. Instead, maybe just waiting out and building like a one massive late game attack that would then come out with all the fighter bombers all at once. You know, that's a strategy people like to do with KDA, which has better ground attack aircraft generally, I think. But Meddi instead tried to just go toe-to-toe, tried to play with a mid-game timing attack, and reserve divisions are not that great with this. You can imagine that same attack in the Boris being done by 2nd Panzer Grenadier, for instance. You would have had a Leopard 1 in there, you would have had a slightly better infantry maybe, but most of all, you would have had maneuverability, and you would have had a versatility, and you wouldn't have attacked with the kind of tanks that will lose one-to-one fight against BMP-1s.
Yeah, BMP-1 here, falling back, Fiat coming around, S-22 AT flying in, trying to get a kill there, gets the kill into a TO-55. Good one there, whilst the Scott 2A BMP-1s here in the middle, falling out nicely against the Reservisti. Reservisti there being pushed back again, and it seems like Greyhound even might get back into Gregory there. TV already on the way. A lot of forces once more assembled here for Meddi in the north, but it's not really something that has any push potential either. His T-55 AM ones there are in a decent spot, and he gets a sneak in the north. Bulky there with the Stallion coming around, will get into Anna, will be annoying, but it's not generating 1,700 points. Like, if it would be 200 points difference at this stage or so, then this could maybe be what swings it around. It's a classic Meddi move there, for sure, but it's not going to swing 1,700 points around, and it might not even swing 200 points around, as Greyhound now is in with the Pichota and the into Gregory, forcing Medinator's central force to move towards the south. Sheraton still somewhat open as well. No CV there just yet for Greyhound to exploit the opening there, but he still holds everything away from Dimitri. And Medinator now rotating around with the Stadion in the north even deeper. But the Fagot HGM will spot that and likely kill it off before it enters the zone. Yeah, there we go. On this short range. Easy kill there. And that means it stays on a +1 right now. 40 points so far for Meddi, and he's not gonna get much more than this.
Yeah, Meddi is buying a bunch of support units here. We're seeing 80 AA guns and an artillery piece, and I think that kind of speaks of an inability to keep buying more infantry and tanks, which is obviously what needs to be done here. Greyhound just like you keep saying this, but just it's combined arms. It doesn't have to be fancy. It just has to have everything, and units that are immobile, units that are homogeneous, such as constant lines of reservisti or constant lines of low-tech tanks. They are inherently weaker than well-organized combined arms, because if they meet something they can't fight, they're either going to have to retreat or die. And the Polish units here, if they need something, whether it be anti-air or anti-tank or anti-infantry, there's just a little bit of clicking, and the veteran infantry are not stunned or suppressed, so the veteran infantry can actually reliably escape from bad engagements and re-enter them at will.
Yeah, BMP1 now coming, rolling in towards Sheraton, and that should get the take back here for Meddi, for Greyhound. Meddi did push through the north completely, got another swing of units in there, so Anna won't be captured back immediately from Greyhound, but he still get a +2 online here. 10 minutes remaining, and 1,700 points to 111. Osa here likely gonna get another SU-25 there. Not quite getting the hit on target this time. Last missile might still do it. Nope, that misses as well. 10 minutes remaining here as the Stadion of Meddi will get killed off. Will stop the take. MP1 in the south. Doesn't even have to be this fancy. Greyhound maybe overdoing it again, just like we saw in the first game, where the unit moves a bit overly cautious, and that actually was what killed it in the last one. This time around it won't kill it, but it means that it takes a bit longer until Greyhound will get the take online here. But he is really, really close now to finishing this game off completely.
Yeah, I'm gonna be so excited looking at the KDR here for Greyhound. Forge Mech is, as we have seen here, is often played with a bunch of higher veterancy units to compensate for the fact that they just the equipment is kind of outdated, and you love to see it. You love to see divisions in their own element, which is fighting against against an enemy that is just slightly worse at them in the key things. In this case, slightly worse at infantry engagements, slightly worse at tank engagements, because the Polish T-55s have upvets. And also coming back, hold on, I was just gonna check. Was this a counter pick? No,
Yeah,
the
it was got a pick.
fourth was a counter pick, yeah. But then, yeah, I would also contest 157 being a good division. You have better reserve divisions. Deep Mob was banned, and KDA doesn't have the sheer ability to do the reservist massing. But you can still. There are better divisions than 152nd, I think.
Yeah, no, solid 1.3 KD. It's nothing super fancy here from Ground, but he just kept on trading constantly positive throughout the game. Like, there was never any worry of falling behind in this one. And like, maybe the only situation was when he lost the Osa in the south and didn't have AA for a while. But Meddi didn't really play on that either. 157 can't really do it, and even the SU-25 he bought didn't achieve much and just died to the follow-up Osa. And in the end here, a fair draw. The first one full-on Medinator Mnet madness. And yeah, the second one, he classically falls flat. Like, that's how we know and love Meddi. Games like this are absolutely common with him as well. He can beat the best players by just making mad moves, but he also can just get stomped when he tries to do something weirdly normal and then just gets outplayed in the normal gameplay by his opponent, who can play the classic here just a good bit better. Like, the Commando C movement was fantastic out of Greyhound, and the setup there really, really solid, and that means that in the end, we have a draw here in our Division 1 2 match, and that means we can move over to Division 1 here, guys, as we have some exciting games there. And we start with Tman Plays versus Fortitude Fans. Fortitude Fans need some points there to move on out of the group stage. And it's also a really, really interesting matchup there between those two. So let's get over there. Fortitude Fans versus Tman Plays.
Yeah, Meddi playing 2 standard is like Marilyn Manson trying to do like a violin pop or something. It just doesn't fit.
Yeah. So here we
Excellent process.
go.
Well
Tman plays versus Fortitude fans, and we have not that we have pretty interesting picks here from Tman. We have a UK and a French division from him, but not the standard UK and French divisions. We have 4th Armored coming out for Tman in game number 1 against the 4th Motschützen from Fans here, and then a 6th Vision Leger Blindé versus a 2nd Panzer Grenadier from Fans. That's not a classic Fans division there either, but his 6th US Infantry, his 101st got banned, and I guess he doesn't want to play his 11th ACAV there in game number 2 into that matchup, because you lose your couple of units to the AMX-10s, that can become painful. So the 2nd Panzer Grenadier makes a lot of sense there. But I'm way more interested into this first matchup. Like, what do we got here with the 4th Armored and the 4th Motschützen?
Yeah, so in WARNO, 4th beats 4th, which beats 4th generally. So because all 4th divisions are basically like lower tech infantry divisions with mechanized support in this game. And on the east, we have the more known factor, 4th Moto, which is the Special Forces Forward Deployment Division, has the T-55 AM2Bs, the hyper-modernized ones, has a bunch of helicopters, decent air tab. It really is like an airborne aggro division with mech and standard mech and standard support elements. It's DDR, so all the units have Resolute, which is great. And it is still reasonably high tech considering like infantry weapons and ATGMs, Concourses, and such. But why 4th AD? Now I call 4th infantry confusingly on purpose, but really it is an heavy infantry division. It has infantry and recon units, 8-man motorized scouts, and standard 9-man motorized rifles. All of this is really good. The Saxons are great at deploying units fast. The Saxon has a smoke, which is very important if you want to actually use it to do screening. And so you can go toe to toe in even with the best infantry that Fortitude fence can bring out here. And what you're lacking in 4th as a heavy infantry mech division is infantry fighting vehicles, or at least infantry fighting vehicles in like crucial, important capacity. But what you're compensating with is a bunch of slow medium tanks. So the chieftains. The chieftains are just a little bit better than a lot of the T-55s, but not better than the hyper-modernized ones, which have the Bastion missiles, which completely eat through, especially the Mark 6s. And 4th AD plays slowly. 4th AD wants to have a number of tanks, and 4th AD basically plays like a defensive infantry division until you have enough redundancy that your attacks don't get stopped when first 2 tanks get a fagot hit in the front armor.
Yeah, you have a lot of cheap Milan spam behind it as well. You get your Milan 2s and Spartans, which are pretty cheap Milan 2 launchers. You get your little shit boxes with Milans as well in the Milan ones, and you can get quite a lot of those Milan transports out there. So that's really the wall that you want to get behind your tanks up, and you can get that relatively quickly. You're not fast with it, but you can get it out in the first couple of minutes usually. So the combined arms level rises quite quickly for 4th Armored without it being as capped as some of the other infantry mechanized divisions. So there really the tank part comes through with the Chieftain Mark 11s. They are not quite cost efficient, but they are powerful. They outscale the T-55 AM2Bs in the long run as well. But yeah, the Chieftain Mark 6s that we see here at the early game, as expected, they are more on par with the T-55A on the other side. They are a bit more expensive, and for that they gain 1 more frontal armor and smoke, but lose out a bit on speed, and also 1 round of fire per minute. So cost efficiency wise, I still don't think they're amazing, but the smoke at least gives them some utility here, and they can eat a frontal hit from some AT launchers there, unlike something like a Leo 1 or so. That's what I like about them. But yeah, in general, the Chieftain family, bit of a tough one, and maybe slightly too highly priced still, as everybody was worried about T-72s and how strong medium tanks are. Nobody wanted to buff the chieftains really, but maybe something has to be done about them in the future. For now, I think Fourth has enough cost-efficient other units that they can compensate for the chieftains' slight cost inefficiencies and still get a good combined arms to push with, but we see here the speed advantage of fourth motto, and that's the big issue here. Midterm for Tman. Tman has to find a way to break that. He can do it with solid artillery. Your M107 artillery pieces, the relatively big gun, 475mm, can start to shred on this map, but he has to do it within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Otherwise, the lead here will just run too rampant for Fortitude fans.
Yeah, this is Tman is doing a very conservative opener, not wanting to challenge the enemy at all. That's probably smart considering the best units, the FS Sprengtaukers, the Fallschirmjäger Mettises, all of these benefit from the forward deployment advantage. So no use in Tman just feeding recon units for them when Tman can just sacrifice a few hundred points and afterwards start getting good engagements. And yeah, when I said that this heavy infantry division, which it kind of is, the exceptional part of 4th Armored is that infantry gets deployed really fast, which is a British trait. The Bedfords are 90, of course, but the Saxons are 100. And a lot of your units, the Darkfires here, also are truck delivered. So it can actually keep reinforcing, and it can even keep up infantry aggro. Not as well as something like 2nd UK, of course, because they get a lot of helicopters. But there are also support helicopters, Lynxes for 4th AD. And 4th AD really is just about playing a weaker version of British Infantry Division until your large firing line of chieftains is out there. Chieftains, you also get some older tanks, the Centurion Mark V AVREs here. The AVRE Romor is the demolition tank with the stubby gun. But then you also, I believe, get a second AVRE, which is not a stubby gun, but instead kind of like a even older fire support tank.
Yeah, and we see a good couple of chieftains here coming around now. We see the mod rifles. They are the motorized rifles, pretty solid infantry, outclassing the pretty strong mod schützen on the other side slightly as well. Against the Fallschirmjägers, they are okay too. And the motorized scouts with the Carl Gustav, pretty competitive recon infantry there as well that can start to deal good damage against T-55, that can shoot down BMP-1's one shot there with that launcher and really allow you some damage once you push forward. And yeah, the 9-man double MG 50-point infantry, that's really where the cost efficiency starts to come in, together with the amount of cheap Milan launchers that you get around on the battlefield, Barton and co. So, and yeah, the pretty defensive opener here from Tman, but that's better than some other Tman openers that we have seen where he just loses a lot of stuff. So in the long term, especially against Fortitude fans, who is known for amazing openers, but not known for the most consistent late game, I think this game plan here for Tman is wise, and yeah, trying to get some trades from the get-go with the artillery, I think, is a wise choice here as well. And he just has to keep an eye on the tick. Like, the past 2 now has started. He can't let that get out of hand. But might already get rewarded here with the first Fallschirmjäger kill. Yes, 157mm immediately starts to generate value. Second one coming along. And if he just keeps generating value like this for the next 10 minutes straight, it's gonna be tough for Fortitude fans to keep up with that.
Yeah, the T-Man's infantry combinations here are motorized scouts with motorized rifles. 2v1, they can fight off everything, and each unit has a Carl Gustav launcher. Carl Gustav has excellent range. It's got 6 shots, so it's really good at whittling out the kind of older generation mechanized forces that fourth motto kind of is dependent on. 750-meter range. The rule is that it's always more than you think, either as a player or as a victim. It's just, I think the 80 rocket launcher range is the most important trait because it allows it allows for suppression, and suppression is what you really want your infantry AT weapons be doing against most targets. Some targets you want to kill, of course, light vehicles, trucks, and such. But the suppression, it stays, it lingers, it makes the tanks more vulnerable, and makes them slower. And
I really like what Fortitude Fancy here is doing. Sorry, but the 157mm coming in here, and we have the Fagot's just sitting outside of the buildings. He has line of sight. He knows the enemy has artillery, so he doesn't want to give units away for free. So all his units sit behind the buildings, ready to pop in when the enemy actually starts moving, but also not getting hit by preemptive artillery fire. And the recon of Tman not quite good enough yet to constantly have spotted targets that are stationary for his artillery. So he tries it with the preemptive fire, and Fortitude fans predicting that nicely and dodging it here. So well executed move there by Fortitude fans, and even not generating any further value just yet with 175mm, but I'm pretty certain they will pay off in the long run nonetheless. Next target here spotted. 30mm grenade launcher. Power getting hunted down as well, and Tman now starts to push.
Yeah, Tman starting this engagement up north, and I think that's such a tight corridor. The artillery is going to be mega value there. The motorized rifles, the engagement happens, engage the T-55s and the infantry at the same time. First shot by the Carl Gustav damaged the T-55 engine, forcing Fortitude to basically disengage the tanks. And now there's going to be a second attack, and meanwhile, the chieftains are now in position to fight. Once again, 750-meter AT weapons just tactically winning this engagement and getting Tman a really nice funnel from which the tanks and the artillery can start trading up.
Yeah, artillery once more gets dodged perfectly here by Fortitude fans though. Both salvos landing on empty buildings. And the chieftain outnumbered in the north there. A lot of T-55 for Fortitude fans. And I think it's a good idea currently for Tman to keep the pressure up north and then maybe start swinging into the center, because Fortitude fans currently recognizes the threat there, is acting upon it, but is immediately disengaging afterwards. The T-55 movement here, so clutch. Once more, the artillery not hitting anything here. Really fantastic preemptive movement there, just constantly considering what the enemy might shoot their artillery salvo on to next, and yeah, everything that gets spotted immediately gets moved afterwards. So no easy shots here for Tman plays, and once more a salvo goes into the emptiness and just hit the forest without any units in it anymore. E24 not able to kill the chieftain. Good reaction there from Tman, but Tman is still getting ticked upon and doesn't have a real push going on just yet.
Yeah, Tman saving a tank and taking safe positions, moving on his side of the tree lines. So enemy infantry is now engaging and getting closer. And okay, Fortitude fence sending in the tanks and the mech to keep engaging. And this is Tman is still bleeding points. So this kind of slow and methodical play of neither player wanting to lose their units is playing on the Fortitude fence's plan. Fortitude fence also has these helicopters. These are older generation Mi-24s, so their missiles are really slow. But meanwhile, Tman does not want to sacrifice a Phantom, which is a fighter without a gun, and so it couldn't realistically single strafe kill those planes, and there already is two coups waiting for it. So these Mi-24s are basically preventing the slow tanks from peaking because they are vulnerable to the slow missiles.
Yeah, at the same time, Fortitude fans overextending a bit with his T-55As, losing two. His SPG-9 gets one of the Centurions right after. A bit lucky there, but the infantry now from Tman can push south of Alpha and maybe get into Alpha without being shot at. That's a good development here for Tman. That might allow him to get that zone on later. He also has the first Chieftain Mark 11 now coming around, and those outclass the T-55s on the other side on a decent margin. They have 1 more frontal armor and 4 more pen, so plus good accuracy on the max range there as well. So that's a good one to start ramping up the quality of units. But the key part is to get into alpha eventually, and that's what we see happening now. Sultan coming around there, trying to push forward. And artillery gets reloaded, could be used now again. And by now, the unit concentration becomes so high that you can't just keep everything moving at any given moment. So the artillery should be able to find at least a couple of stationary units once Tman starts using them again.
Yeah, interestingly, Tman is even bringing out the javelins in Saxons, which is does not provide you with any speed advantage. So Tman just likes having the Saxons around, which is nice to see. The Saxons, I believe they used to have way less ammunition for the machine gun, and they used to always run out. Now they have 1,000 points, which is more than enough to actually achieve results. 300 shots, you know, you would single engagement and the gun is over.
And yeah, here artillery re-aiming again, trying to find some targets, but it is once more targeting an empty building. At least one of them is. The other one goes for a 30mm in the building. That should maybe start generating some value there. Me too here. Ooh, Fortitude fans with the deep rear line scout. He's setting up a strike package there. MiG-23s setting up on the side, waiting for the Me Too to find the enemy, and then getting in there. Darkfire's likely gonna get some spotting on here, but yeah, the loss of a Phantom here that just stayed too close to the front line was a big issue. Okay, Darkfire's now revealed themselves. Are they packing back up? No, they are not. The Chancellor might see what happens here on the side. And Fortitude fans is not committing. It's a classic Fortitude fans air blob. It's 6 airplanes here at once. I love how this guy is handling his air forces. Knowing that on this map you just can't send them in piecemeal. Like, we have seen that so many times. He failed so many times. I just had another rant about it the other day. And this time around, it's the only way how you can use air on this stage in the game. I still don't like it here, really. I still think a ground-based artillery or so would do the same job, but it's 42 fans, so he wants to use air, and he's trying to get it. At the same time, he gets the kill onto the enemy CV here. His Rapira there, just in the right spot, immediately disengaging, doesn't want to get hit up by artillery. That makes perfect sense. The 157mm artillery on the other side now, trying to generate some value against the T813 truck and against the Fagot ATGMs that might run into the fire this time. Yeah, so artillery starts to generate some value here for real now. Good hits, the units taken out. That is big. And Human Plays starts to have a decent flop here, whilst Fortitude fans swing all the tanks around. And this is a weird move.
Has a seed plane now, and now they're going in.
And AA is active. Seed plane all up. And yeah, all the AA planes coming around, revealing themselves. No AA planes around here for following to follow this up from Tman. But the Darkfire does get missed. Oh, bit of a miss micro there from Fortitude fans. The second MiG-23 not dropping at all. So he loses more units there than he gained. And the AA is still up. Darkfires and Tractor Piers can still generate a bit more value. One Tractor Pier, though, will get shot down here now. And yeah, the focus fire not quite there. Javelins trying to keep up the damage towards the enemy air. MiG-21 bis HEs now coming along. Classic Fortitude fans dropping here. And yeah, the Phantoms being wasted by Tman Plays really starts to bite them now. So the value generated, not amazing for Fortitude fans here out of this massive, massive air investment. Like, those were 9, like a full air tab slot full of 9 planes there being used, and it didn't really generate all that much. The front line here is still totally intact for Tman, and he still even has a decent amount of AA and can replace the losses with a bit of micro and hopefully can get some phantoms back up so that next time around he at least can punish the forced back enemy planes and hunt them down on the way out.
Yeah, the problem with air spam is that even against a mediocre anti-air tab, air spam trades down. The air anti-air is cheaper and more consistent. So if you're just kind of getting points, getting a few kills here and there, you're going to lose in the end. The operation of airplanes is just too damn expensive, and so having these track rapiers which cannot be targeted by seed, that one Darkfire surviving at the last moments against the heavy bomber, losing that MiG-23 MF, those things are 250 points and they have a huge bomb load. They have 6 500-kilogram bombs. When I first started playing WARNO and everybody was doing like infantry airborne 80-second spam, I used just open with the MiG-23 MFs and bomb and destroy like 7 enemy infantry units in the opener, and people would rage quit and rage at me and call me an air spammer, even back in the days. Oh, people never change. But anyways, nowadays that thing is so expensive that not actually getting anything out of it at the cost of something like a T80, it's pretty bad. You also only get 2 per card.
Yeah, but the T-55 engagement here went pretty well. A couple of the Chieftain Mark 6s going down, and the number of them now has dropped to 2. Only the ones in the north still around, but they have been replaced by Chieftain Mark 11. So the escalation of quality here has gone up, and Tman Plays now has higher quality tanks all around the battlefield that you can't just trade on 1-for-1 with the T-55s. T-55 in the north, always lucky. Chieftain should smoke off. Gets killed off there by a moving T-55. Pretty unfortunate there for Tman Plays. Can move towards Alpha, but doesn't dare to do so right now with his Chieftain CV. 1,000 point lead for Fortidude fans. That is an issue for Tman in the long run. He needs to stop this tick here eventually. X-Ray is something that he can hit. Individual planes being used by Tman. It's a 155 point Jaguar, and it hunted down the helicopter, so not the end of the world. Still never use individual planes on this map. The cubes here immediately being targeted though, that's a nice one. And they are not moved right now, just too many things going on at this point. Chieftain Mark 11 being moved forward. Javelin trying its best here to kill off the Mi-24Ds. And cubes under fire. A lot of other units around there just chilling. So might get caught in the crossfire there.
Those full supply trucks, no. Okay, MTLBs are armored, so maybe they survive this.
Coop does actually survive. Second Coop there, pretty fortunate. Chieftain does stop the tick here now. 1,200 points is what in 20 minutes Tman Plays has to achieve. If you capture X-Ray, that absolutely is doable, but you first have to get there, and he is not there just yet. That will give you a +4 if you capture that. So he has to push a bit deeper here, has to start killing off the T-55s on the other side. Chieftain Mark 11 eats a frontal hit and is taking 4 damage, so has to be careful to not overstay its welcome here. As the T-55 AM2Bs coming around, it has smokes, it can disengage with that, but the slow movement of the Chieftain make them somewhat vulnerable. They don't escape out of situations as quickly as you would want them to be. So that's why you have to be methodical with 4th, because you don't have the easy escape as you have with some faster tanks. But on the other side, you also have a bit more staying power than with some other medium tanks around, especially on the NATO side of things. Conquerors goes down there. The artillery now starts to generate value here for real, and soon will have, or might now have paid off already with the coup hit, with the Conqueror's hit now. And from now on, just will start profits. We don't have any artillery on the other side. Fortitude fans not knowing for a lot of artillery, but the next air spam is setting up.
Yeah. So Protoss, I'm calling it here. If this air spam cannot deal with the artillery that Tman, by the way, has not actively been microing to move, the Fortitude fences like investment will be in vain. Like there's a bunch more track rapiers and javelins now. They need to strike at something relevant, something that actually lessens Tman's capacities. And yeah, they can't even get there.
Yeah, one MiG-21 and the MiG-23 going down. The bombing runs not really generating all that much value. Seaplane being pushed back as well. And the Darkfire still alive. No artillery on the battlefield here for Fortitude Fence. So I don't think Fortitude Fence really has any aggressive capabilities left here. It's now a question of, can he keep this 1,000 point lead that he has and get it over the finish line? As the Chieftain Mark 11's now pushing through the north. Chieftain Mark 6 here, starting to shoot up the enemy a bit as well. Tractor Pierce here coming in a number in the rear. Chieftain Mark 11 shooting up the Fallschirmjäger. And this is important here because currently Fortitude Defense has 3 draws. And this is the final game here of the group. And Bendover, current second place, has 4 draws. So he needs to at least get a draw for a tiebreaker game. And if he can beat him in place, he will move on into the playoff stage. So it's a really, really important game here for Fortitude fans. And that means those 1,000 point lead here, he really wants to get it over the finish line to at least get a draw maybe out of the game. But best case scenario, obviously getting a win here to at least get a tiebreaker match against Bendover. And then maybe even have a shot in the second game of winning it all. But Chieftain Mark 11's here now really standing up the heat. And Fortitude fans under a lot of pressure now.
Yeah, Fence's helicopters here are still working as a great deterrent because the 40 kph Chieftain, if it gets front hit, if it gets cohesion damage or stunned, it's not that great at escaping, which of course, you know, is in accordance to very, very heavy armor, I believe. Was the Chieftain the first tank with a composite Chobham armor, or was it a steel tank? I don't remember this now. Or maybe I think it was a Chieftain prototype that first had composite armor, but which probably was because the Chieftain just was so damn heavy, trying to basically front tank everything that the Pact had to throw at it. But yeah, the combat capacity here with there is a force of tanks on Fortitude fence, and they're not in the greatest engagements, but they've been able to survive and trade. The problem is that there are Milan 1s and earlier like MCTs, which are Milan 2 armored transports for the Milan 2. Sorry, there are Hell Arms here with the Itos, and that just is kind of not penetratable. And the 175s are going to keep on destroying anything that can be spotted. Motorized scouts are in great positions to facilitate defense. Infantry pushes alone cannot win this because there are so many chieftains just doing damage. And we're already seeing that the aircraft are not a war-winning weapon. So I'd say Tman here has basically 15 minutes to do one big attack that trades well enough that Fortitude fence realizes, yeah, I can't hold the middle. And if you can't hold the middle at that point, you also probably can't hold the road that goes from the middle to Fortitude fence's spawn, which also is the same road that can be used to cut off reinforcements Bravo. So one big engagement, and I think it's realistic for Fortitude fence to quit this, and I think Tman understands this, which is why we're getting 4 tanks and 4 infantry units being sent here into the front line instead of trying to open a second front line around Lima, maybe.
Yeah, motorized scouts here, trying to find the tractor up here. Chieftain Mark 11 there, actually seeing a decent amount of damage. A good couple of them are pretty damaged, so supply trucks need to come in here in good numbers. 1 militant on the way. 4 more chieftains coming in from the rear here as well. The chieftains currently get microed good enough that they don't die, but yeah, they're in bad need of resupply. Artillery landing some more shots. Fortitude fans did a really good job keeping his T-55s for the most part alive. He still lost a couple over the last couple of minutes, so The Centurion, the Chieftains still keep on trading up here a bit. And Me8 there gets shut down. The one won't be able to resupply the T-55s, but the next reinforcement there already on the way. And yeah, Tman heading off the north. If he can get into Bravo, he then also can basically swivel into X-Ray. Has to be careful. Yeah, Fortidude fans now with a big blob towards Oscar. That could still make things a bit more complicated. But I feel like Tman plays in a okay enough spot that he can do it here in time. But 13 minutes, not all that much here remaining. MiG-23s hunting down some Lynxes. They will pay for it. Yeah, one of them getting shut down. But the helicopters at least shut down, so that the engagements for the T-55s becomes a bit easier. But a lot of mod rifles now, just trying to get through the center. Conquerors here will find the line of sight. Rapira there will find the line of sight as well. Okay, they do stay alive for now. And yeah, no push towards X-Ray. I like the idea here behind it. I just worried a bit about the time here for Tman plays. I feel like X-Ray would have been easy to get with the artillery, and it would be enough to get it, even at this point, with the 160 points per minute that you get. Like, the Bravo point is the complete annihilation tactic, and I think he will be able to do it. I'm just not sure if he will be able to do it in time, and I'm not sure how Fortidude defense would hold on to X-Ray, so I still question it a bit that Tman plays does not put pressure onto the +2 point that gives you a +4 if you capture it together with the North.
Yeah, I mean, right now the Tman's forces 3 Terrier squads, 2 tanks, and a mortar. Obviously, is going to be going into X-Ray and taking it. But I would agree that, yeah, not opening secondary fronts when you've been trading so well is it's not the most efficient usage of your resources. The problem with 4th AD is that, you know, it is slow. Its combined arms move slowly. It reinforces infantry and reinforces stuff pretty fast, but doesn't really can't move around and do maneuver warfare or anything. And I think that's kind of Tman is just playing this slowly. Tman is going against a very, very competent and dangerous opponent, so just wanting to minimize the situations where something like a wave of bombers could immediately destroy Tman's probing counterattack. But yeah, I don't know. I think for 1,000 points, I think it's still reasonable considering how much stuff Tman has here. But yeah, in a few minutes, if there is a single actually debilitating engagement for Tman, suddenly he's gonna start regretting not doing the counterattacks or the wider attacks earlier.
Yeah, his artillery is still doing some decent generation of value. And we have seen him do this kind of late game strategy a good couple of times really successfully in the past. But what do you fancy now opening up some annoying fronts in the south? Chieftain Mark 6 is there now having to retreat. Tman has realized that all, has already started moving around there, brings in rifles to reinforce to stop anything from easily moving just with a CV into the zone. T-55 and SPW-40 move in for the south though. And yeah, now Tman starts opening up the front towards X-Ray. Is using smoke there to protect himself a bit. Is now using the artillery on the hill turret, on the silos there. And the chieftain here moving up, trying to get some value up in the deep zone towards Bravo. But 4th Mudschützen can throw a lot of stuff at you, just like 4th ZMAC. Even if you start beating them, they still are cheap enough to at least throw constant stuff at you throughout the rest of the game and slow you down. And I'm a bit worried that Tman just gets slowed down a bit too much here. His chieftains now also getting into bad spots. 2 of them picked off already. He starts to get some kills here against the T-55s on the other side, but they actually have the concave here. And the Chieftain Mark 6s get some side shots. Chieftain Mark 11's not really getting the kills, and his push towards X-Ray now finds a better prepared Fortitude fence than he would have 5 minutes ago, with Me-24Ds behind it, with enough infantry in there to make it a bit annoying for the rest as well. We see the Jaguar rocket coming around, both of them successfully getting the kills. and flying over a lot of cube fire in the north. Successfully so far as well. Jaguar's actually getting out unscathed. No, one of them gets hit. Second one doesn't get hit, but yeah, still really lucky Jaguars there. They have decent ECM, but still. And X-Ray still not captured. It needs to be captured this minute if the team in place wants to win it by points out of this point alone. But still having to worry about Oscar, and I feel like he will have to get into Bravo here long term as well, as there is still a CV to contest the middle zone at least and not give the +4 away easily to Tman. So Tman is starting to get into the point here now. CV is moving in there now. Oh! Oh, come on, Tman, just move it in. No! No! Tman, where are you moving your CV? No! Why is it? Keep the Mark 11 moving into the forest. What is it moving away from? Oh, this is a disaster. He's not moving it in. Every single second here is currently important because a +4 might just be enough with 8 minutes, but now it's less than 8 minutes. And it starts to become problematic.
It's moving now. I think they just wanted the AVREs to get there first so that they don't get the first shot. You know, now the bomber comes in, the bomber doesn't strike the leader. Maybe that was the rationale there. Bunch of infantry, motorshoots, and BTR coming in here and landing. That's gonna be a big problem if those things get on the chieftain's range. Though I think artillery will probably stop this.
Yeah, Milan 2's here in good spots as well, helping out now, and they deal massive damage to P-55s. AVRE is stunning down here on the side as well. The artillery immediately pre-firing the mod shots in positions, so that is key. They start moving now forward. Oh, the Terriers on their own here, maybe not quite good enough to stop that, so the Chieftain Mark 11 might want to move there. The artillery actually coming in just a bit too late and forces the Chieftain to disengage here for now. Smokes off. Motschützen could even pop further forward and get some RPG shots out there. The rest of the infantry here for Tman still moving north, and the northern push has been stopped completely. The T-55s now have all moved out of the way, but that's exactly what I was talking about. Like, if he would have pushed the pressure onto X-Ray, then Fortitude fans would have been forced to keep the T-55s into bad spots earlier. Instead, he was able to push back the northern push, and now he can swing them into the middle. And instead of Tman deciding the engagement of the tanks, it was Fortitude fans who got his will of the tank engagements, and he gets the point back now. He stopped the +2, he got the Chieftain killed off in the middle as well. No CV around here right now, and now it becomes desperate for Tman. He has moved all the T-55s into the center, so the north now is pretty open again. But that doesn't mean that the Chieftain Mark 11 just can roll up into there. He still needs a CV for the center as well. None on the way right now. And Fortitude fans in a pretty decent spot. Is Fortitude fans actually going to get this? It looks pretty good at this stage.
Yeah, the middle engagement and the fact that Tman has just run out of fire support with Pioneer Flams and Conquerors and all of these moving around, that is kind of a serious issue. Like, this should not have happened. Either one of those, either the attack up north or the attack down middle should have succeeded, and both of them have been slowly whittled away. The Tman's airplay with the rockets has not been getting the greatest results. I say this as a Jaguar drops a very heavy bomb load on 2 infantry units, but once again, Tman is not in the zone. Tman doesn't have fire support. The mortar can start firing smoke again, but a chieftain leader only now getting bought for the middle, and it's under 5 minutes now. No, this is a situation.
He lost the Chieftain Mark 11 in the north. He lost the Chieftain in the north. His artillery, in general, really fired on too many weird spots where he just tried to pre-fire onto positions and not really having line of sight on the units he was firing upon. And Fortitude fans really did a great maneuvering against the artillery. The artillery still paid off, but it didn't pay off as massively as it could have. And yeah, the push into the north, the desperate focus onto the rear zone instead of going for the center earlier, I think really did cost Tman the game. And instead of making Fortitude do the bad, like putting Fortitude into the bad spot of having to decide where to move. He was the one moving and pushing into Fortitude's prepared defenses, and not at least having a situation where both sides have to move into the center at the same time. That really did cost him. He did hold the self, but there's just not enough time here now, and there's not enough CVs on the battlefield. He maybe can do it with a deep push in the south, but even then, no, his units in the center, they're Sultan and the Chieftain, they're both slow. They won't arrive here in time, and it's still 900 or 800 points still a draw, and this looks really good for the defense. So his early land grab just getting rewarded here. It's not a particularly special game strategy here from Fortitude fans, just having the faster division and then actually a pretty terrible hair spam, but the ground forces, the T-55s, did survive long enough to just drag down the 4th Armored, and their team in place just not using the speed effectively enough.
Yeah, I think we can all agree watching this that the Chieftain is a bad tank.
Yeah. Mark 11
It's
here.
40 kph, just not good enough, not fast enough.
So I really don't think this was the issue. I think he could have swung around with them. They still have a decent road speed of 75, and he could have just used the roads here to move into the center. But any tank is shitty if you show side armor, and he pushed into concaves 3 times in the north to try to get through, instead of creating his own concave in the center, where he also has the better ATGMs. Like, he has Milan 2s. Other side, best thing they can bring is Conquerors, but his Milan 2s never got to shoot because they were never on the defense. It was always body defense in defensive positions. Milan 2s never got a real time to shine. When they did here in the center, they actually started to trade out pretty decently. They did get a lot of kills, but that was way too late. And if you don't use your ATGM advantage and your cheap spam of Milans as 4th Armored, you don't deserve the victory. And even now coming in with the points, but it is too late. And they might even get through here in the south. No, there's 2 T-55s on the other side. That's not going to work out. And yeah, Fortitude defense does beat the previous season's finalist in game 1 here, and gives us chances of advancing into the playoffs hot and alive with that.
Yeah, I would argue that the 100-point Chieftain Mark 6 is just a worse asset to have compared to a 2 Warrior Milans, or God forbid even Warrior Appliques, pretty much the same price. And yeah, I mean the division and its core concept of that I explained, where you build this fighting line of the chieftains, it is powerful, but in the late game it's so easy to just lose those things to ATGMs. They don't handle, the tanks don't handle like better, faster, more modern tanks. It's always a little bit surprising how much damage they get even from the older generation of Malyutkas and Fagot missiles. And fourth motto is kind of the balancing act between cheap and affordable, but still having like contemporary and pretty modern weaponry. The fourth Schmeck is more of the store brand, where everything's just slightly more better quality, slightly better value. Of course, store brand is what you should buy as a consumer. But in these games where just a little bit extra accuracy, just a little bit extra rate of fire for the T-55s and the infantry can actually slowly whittle the enemy back. I think the East Germans kind of, I think the East Germans were a good pick against 4th AD, and I think Tman should have switched to a either a slightly heavier tank division or straight up just an infantry division with more infantry fighting vehicles.
I mean, he picked first. I think the pick for the map is okay. I don't think the division here really is the issue. I think the over-reliance on chieftains for doing the job is the issue. His artillery did pay off, as I said. It didn't pay off greatly, as I said as well. It did get a couple of kills, but not the big lists that we sometimes see, because he did not micro it perfectly. And then he could have forced fights with Milan 2s involved in the middle, and then the Milan 2s, they just do massive damage against T-55s, both the AM2s and the normal ones. But he never had any ATGM support for his chieftains, pushing into positions where his chieftains can get side-shotted, and chieftains are notorious for getting side-shotted because, yeah, because of their slow speed, they also have slower rotate speed, so they can't react to things on their flanks. But he didn't have to get into any position to get shot in the flank. He just needed to push the middle instead of the rear zone, and he got overzealous with that rear zone and thought, okay, I take the rear zone and the middle, but he only needed to take the middle. He never needed to take the rear zone, and he just realized that way too late, right after all his chieftain Mark 11s popped up in smoke in the north. He realized how little there was actually in the center, and it was surprisingly for the best player when it comes to reading the games, usually in my eyes, just coming down to a bad game read because he is ahead in points. Like over 1,000 points difference in kills should give you the win if you play it right. Especially considering that Fortitude fans even was further behind because so many of his assets were stuck in airplanes. So Tman's just leaving it with a bad game read.
Yeah, and having that artillery up so early is and not using it to apply any pressure in the middle where a single recon squad or a single chancellor helicopter can spot you really nice targets and force the enemy to like over fortify the middle. Even so many units were just standing around for most of the game with Tman when a single mortar barrage, couple of infantry squads, and the 175mm heavy artillery, those could have just kind of tipped the scales enough for that the like long-term concave ATGM defense didn't end up working as well as it did. And Tman did have the Milan 2 MCTs, but I think the problem was that even though those things at 40 points, at points engaged like 155 point T55s and one, their missiles were just slower and lower range than the bastions are. So the bastions just traded against them, and then Tman didn't buy reinforcements. He kept on having the infantry, the Milan 2 infantry squads, but not having the transports means nothing is moving alongside the chieftains.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see what we get here in game 2, as now fans really has the chance. He only needs a draw in the next game. If he gets a win or a draw, he will move on into the playoffs over Vandover. If he loses, they will have to play a decider game. So a lot on the line here for fans in the final game, and Friday is the map. And really an interesting pick there from Team. And I'm really interested to see how he plays an aggressive division that builds on openers, because he is notorious for messing up openers, but maybe with a division that is better at them, because he usually also plays divisions that are not known for great openers. He can do it as well. So 6 Leger Airplane Day versus 2nd Panzer Grenadier coming up in the next one. Counter pick here from Tman with the 6 Plane Day. So that is going to be interesting. Quick break, then we're gonna be back with this really, really key game for Division 1. Here we go. Fortitude fans up 1-0. And we have the 6th Leger Day here for Tman coming up. But before we jump in, once more, quick shout out, guys. If you haven't done so, use the claim code button. A couple of you now coming in here today already, getting us a bit higher. But we still have 30 codes remaining. So if everybody in the chat would do click the claim code button, we have over 50 people watching, so there should be enough people that haven't clicked the code yet. Then we could get another couple of dollaroos here into the prize pool completely for free. So another $10 here just laying around. Click the claim code button, guys. It's easy money, easiest way to support the tournament directly, financially. And yeah, if you want to help out further, you can contribute directly as well. Big thank you to everybody who already did. Tankada coming in here now with the claim code, already helped out previously with $21 as well. So big thanks there. We already did get through the first couple of important stretch goals, but if you can get it to $1,000, that would be massive. That would mean the biggest prize pool in WARNO history. Plus, also meaning that we get another Protoss 24-hour stream somewhere in December. So if you want to get that, help out with the contributions, either directly or with the claim code button. And let's get back into the action. And yeah, even place here now, coming in with a pretty hot division. 6 Leger Plinde. And on the other side, the standard, the division that seems to be unnerfable out of the meta. 2nd Panzer Grenadier has been around there on the top brass of division for a long, long time. Never quite has been the top division, I believe, but it always has been in the top 10, and it is still there in my eyes. And it's going to be interesting to see how Tman actually plans on doing this. He counterpicked his pick, so let's see what his 6th pick has. Have you watched his streams? Has he played it there? All right.
I have watched his streams, and like Tman has, I believe, played 6E by basically with the idea of I gotta learn doing openers. I gotta do opener aggro. I need an opener aggro division, you know. And 60 is, if you're gonna do one, 60 is one that doesn't allow you to retreat into your comfort zone of late game stacking and slow engagement building. You get the Craps, which are the Spec Ops forward deployment units. You get the Legionnaires, which are a great infantry unit, and they get transported in pretty fast transports, supported by the Gazelles, helicopters. In this case, the Celtics are the anti-air variants. Anti-air helicopters, of course, have been in the vogue for some time and continue to be. And of course, the key unit here is the AMX-10 RCs. You get these bad boys, a lot of them. They get good accuracy, good damage, bad armor, good speed, good recon, bad all over the late game. But if Tman manages to get good engagements, manages to engage 2v1 against the key enemy units such as Leopard 1s, stuff could go pretty badly for second Panzer Grenadier. If 2nd Panzer Grenadier doesn't get the ability to fight off the AMX-10s and loses its mech support, the infantry won't be able to fight against the French. The Luxes, you know, they got their autocannons and everything, but the Celtics are already taking out their recon, and AMX-10s engaging against autocannon-equipped vehicles is not even a question. Not even a contest.
I'm a bit worried for the MX-10s when it comes to the matchup, both against the Leo 1s, though, and especially against the Marder 1A3, because they don't quite one-shot the Marder 1s, whilst the Milan there is still good enough. Milan 2 here from Fortidude fans on a really defensive spot, gets the first MX-10 kill, baiting Tman there into a deep push. Southern zone completely open, and Fortitude fans here coming with a push towards Delta. Big push towards Delta. So trying to face Tman plays Northern forces head on and getting a potential overwhelming force that can just run through. You have good AT launchers on your infantry, Legionary up last year, for example, so Fortitude fans has to keep a bit of distance there to you if he doesn't want to hit those great launchers that the French can bring. LRAC is really solid as well, but especially the Apilas is completely bonkers when it comes to annihilating mech forces. MX-10 here in a bad spot, has to get the hell out of there. Yeah, does so. Can't come around again, I don't think. Will just get shot up. Yeah, makes mistake there by Tman. Trying to be too fancy with it, just had to run with it and loses another one. And so far, no value generated here by Tman at all. And already 2 MXs down. His units in the center, not in a great spot. And his units in the north, reinforced by MX-10 RCs. Not enough HGMs here around for him, I feel like.
Yeah, I'm afraid that crap engagement, the fact that the Lukes was able to do so much damage and the AMX-10s just moved into a bad position where it got taken out, that was a really, really, really bad hit, because Fortitude Fence is recognizing that second Panzer Grenadier can actually play aggro pretty easily. They got a really good deck for it, got a really good units, really cheap and effective combined arms with good support units, good recon, etc., etc., and that Leopard 1A5 is basically everything you need to fight the AMX-10s. And with 9 armor and equivalent accuracy, and not an ability to one-shot kill them at max range, but most fights are not happening max range, realistically. As you said, Martyrs also will be able to tank one shot and pretty quickly repair themselves. The immediate mech blob on the highway is demanding every single point, every single expensive infantry unit. Mephisto with the extra cost coming from the Legion trade, AMX-10 Legions, everything needs to be brought to stop this, which basically buys Fortitude Fence the rest of the safety on the rest of the map. Because no matter how much Tman controls the zones, if at no point Tman trades up, it is not gonna win this.
Yeah, and he is getting pushed now by the Leos. Mephisto goes down. MX-10 here from the side coming around. I don't quite get why he picked 6 Leger on this map. Like, it's not a good pick. And Fortidude is here getting pushed back, and he had the counter pick. Like, second Panzer Grenadier is a really solid division, but I feel like you can pick something that can beat their opener and then maybe have similar staying power, or something that just out heavies them in the late game. Jaguar cluster here now coming around, gets the Gepard, but just so far off of actually really paying off. And the mechanized fluff is just running through. The light armor of Tman gets picked off time and again, and yeah, he is currently on a +1 still, but his trades are terrible. Tornado HE here gets the next Celtic. Those are just out of position as well. Celtic gets another Mistral shot, gets the Tornado HE. Okay, that's a decent victory there, but his northern situation is just devastating right now.
Yeah, it's Tman finally is getting the capture of Bravo and Charlie, but this like trying to get into the enemy back point is something that you can do, but everything that Tman has needs to just try to get a good engagement against this highway tank blob, and so far it's not happening. There's enough air coverage and not like so that you can't just immediately bomb this. And really, from the start, if those engagements in the crossroads would have gone well, if a couple of first shots disable enemy tanks, force them to push back, micro your infantry, get a kill, run back, that kind of running battle, if it had started, I think Tman's competency in microing the AMX-10s would have maybe won this. But not having those and immediately starting off on such a weak foot, and also having invested so much into preventing the enemy from doing the Bravo attack, which is a standard infantry attack on the red side. And, all of those points were just completely wasted. They're not doing anything. They are not even repositioning. So Fortitude Fence like basically did the perfect thing to destroy Tman. Like 6 Leger, it needs to trade. It's not even like an airborne division that has the need to win early on because it can't penetrate the enemy in like late game engagements. It's not even that. It's the fact that everything Sixth has is so expensive that if it doesn't pay off early on, it's most likely not going to pay off later on when they're outnumbered.
Yeah, and the Fudge Maker is here now taking so much ground, and Fortitude Fans has a lot of uh, layers in his push here now, and that's why I don't quite grasp it. Like 6 Leger is a good counter pick against some heavy divisions where it just can outspeed them and gain some really heavy quality kits with the Jaguar cluster and so on. But second Panzergrenadier isn't that. It's a really cost efficient division. So against a cost efficiency monster, you don't want to use 6 Leger. It's not there to outtrade them, and you can't push them hard enough, especially not on a relatively slow tick map. Like even with the +1 currently going on here, with Tman having captured a good amount of zones here, he's not getting any value out of it. Like, yeah, 40 defense left 1, Milan 2 in the south. That's all he needs there to keep it at a +1, and then he has 1,400 points. Just run down the road on the other side and just destroy any class cannon that came up on the way and trade equal, like positively with that without any issues. And yeah, it's completely dismantled frontline here right now for Tman. No forces really around anywhere that can achieve any successful pushes, and not enough sneaky room on this map either because it is too open to really do stuff with the Spahis or AMX 10s on the rear line. Some flank shots with Milans or so. That's not gonna happen here either.
Yeah, it is now we're gonna see T-Man try. I mean, T-Man still technically has a points advantage for the moment, and does have closer reinforcement towards the zone that they're fighting over right now on Delta. So if this becomes a grind fight, it's not impossible for T-Man to start trading up. But meanwhile, Fortitude Fence has recognized this, and that it is kind of the clock's ticking for the Legionnaire counterattack, and the Fallschirmjägers or Panzergrenadiers, they're going to lose against the Legionnaires. So Fence is just running off. Fence is taking his tanks and just moved and decided to have the fights happen in some different place. Meanwhile, now as T-Man is set up his artillery and his infantry reinforcements to fight for this, Fence is probably going to use those Marder Milans and attack down south, or right after securing the northern point of Gulf.
Yeah, and the baby spies here and Legionnaire trying to push through there a bit. As we have 155mm artillery pieces trying to hit a couple of valuable targets. They are really good artillery, but they're not cost efficient. Like, they are 450 points. Like, it will take a while to pay off. And in games where you start to generate value early and where the enemy has high valuable targets, like, they are beasts because they have such great rate of fire, and they are still cheaper than the self-propelled AMX of ones. So that still is key, but he's getting slowly back in there, but he will lose Golf at the same time, and there's this big flop, and once that starts moving towards Charlie, like, yeah, you need the bombing runs of your lifetime as Tman plays to have a chance here, and with the Rolands and the Gepards coming around, your planes won't have more than one run. Like, they will die on the first run, and you need to get them doing double their value or so to actually make a difference here.
Yep. Now, some kind of combined arms does exist for T-Man. T-Man has a cluster bomber coming in, is diving in with a Mirage 2000. There is a line of recon units, and with decent enough support equipment like the AMX-10 Recon and the Milan 2s behind here, P4 Milans and Celtics can be moved pretty quickly to counter something, either I mean, well, this would not be a helicopter realistically, but to provide counter against the bombing or Harrier or something. But yeah, now we're seeing Fence is basically gathering everything, and Tman has traded so badly, and Second Panzer Grenadier is so good at doing this that no matter what direction Fence is going to go with all of this, it's probably going to break through. Whether it's going to be sustainable, well, it wouldn't necessarily be sustainable against other divisions in other situations, but Fence is facing a 6E 13 minutes in after trading really well against it.
Yeah, and the artillery here now tries to generate some more value. Will try to find a Martyr and Leo 1 here. And if something would be able to shoot them right as they move, that actually would be great value, but there's nothing around here really to shoot them. And now the smoke comes towards the south. There is one more AMX-10 here on the side that will get a good side shot against the Leo 1A5 that moves without smoke. The spies will try to get another kill on the other side, but now the AMX-10 gets spotted, gets pushed there, and there is no ATGMs behind that to keep like annoying the Leo ones. No helicopters or so. Like Gazelle Hots would go a long way in these kind of situations, but with the Gepards, you also have a great counter there against those kind of units. Like, really, there are matchups where the 6 Leger, I think, is a legit division currently. I don't think it's a great division currently. It's just a bit too cost inefficient on the baseline, but it has the high capability units that can work against that, but not against this beast of just solid combined arms that is Second Panzer Grenadier that also gets that combined arms to a pretty affordable price, and like basically the ILD or Lidl of divisions here. Just pure efficiency, decent stuff, nothing super fancy, but all you need for surviving and going through WARNO. And Milan 2 here, the only defensive line in the center. Fortitude fans about to get a take online here, and MX10 trying to disengage over the open field. Hooks Milan firing upon it, will likely get the kill there. And oh no, misses this one. MX10 Legion from the south trying to come around. Plane goes down, not generating any value. Similar issue as in game number 1. The plane micro of human place is not great. And I still think if the Phantom would have been around last game and he wouldn't have to invest into as much AA, he could have had a better chance there as well. But yeah, now Fortitude Defense even can assemble his classic Fortitude Defense air fleet. That's something that Second Panzer Grenadier can do as well, because the Harrier HE here, for example, is an absolute monster of a unit for 165 points, and with 4 or 500 kilo bombs can kill anything out there. And yeah, there we go. Capture in the center, and even place is basically out of this game.
Yeah, I think you in the start you commented on the Tman not having the proper ATGMs to counter this, and I think this is if you look at Bravo, which was I think Tman obviously expected the enemy to play standard and to play a little bit more conservatively, considering that they were going against sixth. And Tman had the ATGMs prepared. The P4 Milans were expecting, and they were going to be positioned in the standard Bravo fight engagements, where Tman would have had a better reinforcement rate, could be calling helicopters and aircraft, and it just didn't. That fight never happened, and that kind of Fence just completely bypassing all of this by going all in on the middle is kind of shows how Tman plays still not up there with the opener game, and overall would have enjoyed either seeing something way more risky, like an immediate all-out counter-attack into the backline immediately as you see, oh, the enemy is all in on here, I have all of this stuff on the backline, P4 Milan in the enemy's base right now, and just start doing that. Try to do something, and because sixth cannot transition into a standard fight.
Yeah, really, really good game here by Fortitude fans, just playing the classic, knowing that one would expect a southern push and doing the classic Fortitude fans of not doing the expected and going just for the combined arms push in the north where Tman plays can't afford the combined arms. Like, this is the issue of 6. You can't prepare on all parts of the map with a decent combined arms because all your class cannon units are actually coming at a premium. So in the end, you have to swing around a bit, and yep, well-deserved victory. And with that, actually a victory in the group stage here for Fortitude fans as well. No tiebreaker for him. He actually, I just realized, would have been eliminated because Nocturna has 8 points in the group as well, and he has a victory. And if the Fortitude fans would have had 4 draws just like Bendover, he and Bendover would have been eliminated, and Nocturna would have moved on. This way, Fortitude fans is first in the group, 10 points just as Tman plays, but the direct win. So Tman plays still moves on, but Fortitude fans moves on as first in the group. And yeah, let's get the last group stage game played in Division 1, because for the first time in WARNO League history, Division 1 played all their group stage games in time. And this game here is not about advancing anymore, because in Group C, Bloody Knight and Bottom Feeder both can't quite advance anymore, but it's still about elimination. And especially for Bottom Feeder or Guard XM. So we gonna go into this final game here of Division 1, and let's see what they can bring us there. Bottom Feeder versus Bloody Knight. Quick break, and then we're gonna be back with the final Division 1 group stage game. And I'm really excited for the playoffs starting next week. And here we go. Bottom Feeder versus Bloody Knight. The last game played in this group stage for Division 1, and we are on one of the newer maps. So this is still going to be an interesting one to see, as I think we also have a really interesting matchup here on our hands. Bloody Knight on the right side with the 9th Panzer, a standard division for Bloody Knight, loving his solid tank divisions, something that gave him a victory over Mix 90 in this group stage. And on the left side, we have Bottom Feeder here coming around with 6 US infantry, coming around with a decent amount of deployment here early on, so it doesn't seem to be a full-on air spam, but I think it will still be a partial air spam afterwards, as the Navy SEALs will try to grab a lot of space here early on. This map has 10 points to give, but it's not a super fast one because the +2 zones are really far in the rear. 2 of the other zones pretty far there as well. The forward deployment still can give you a good advantage in the center zone still. So going to be interesting to see what 6 US can achieve here. And yeah, how do you rate this opener here from Bottom Feeder so far?
Yeah, bottom feeder, interestingly, is basically is doing a full-on deployment on the one little township here without a zone. So on the left side of Dimitri, basically. So it is gonna stand down there and then probably immediately just walk on Dimitri. That's a safety choice, and it's also exactly what the opponent is doing, just getting on the right side of Dimitri, hoping to start out this game by shooting at these Navy SEALs on long ranges. The AB Stingers here providing cover against early bombers, which are naturally going to happen against Navy SEALs. Also, the Mi-2 Urns, which are a standard unit, very, very good force multiplier to a lot of stuff early on that you get with 9th Panzer. 9th Panzer traditionally considered to be a weak division in the opener, so it has to rely on like zero vet Motto Aufklärers in the BMP ones, doesn't have any assault troops, but does have a heavier tank tab. For instance, very relevantly, napalm artillery, which is nice exactly on this map and against exactly these kinds of unit compositions. It's all going to depend on if Bloody Knight's mech is going to stay alive. Bloody Knight can afford to sacrifice number of infantry if that allows the mech blob to grow, but if the trading is going to be equivalent, with bottom feeder being able to sink all of the points into heavy bomber aircraft, meanwhile Bloody Knight keeps on sending mediocre attacks against like Navy SEALs and LRS and TOW missiles supported by ever heavier bombing campaigns. That's gonna be a bad deal for them. Now, so far, looking at the player vision here, bottom feeder does spot that the enemy is not in the bear, not deploying that closely. Sitting on the left side of the zone, trying to just not reveal any units. Bloody Knight does also spot the Navy SEAL and is probably going to be immediately buying a Acacia to try to destroy it, which is early transition into artillery and just trying to keep those Aufklär units out there in the front is probably the most responsible way to do this, with the Pioneers and some Motorschützen now being able to freely deploy inside, but revealing that there already is a TOW missile on the flank.
Yeah, and it's a bit interesting here that there's only so little AA from Bloody Knight, but also no airplanes yet whatsoever from bottom feeder. I wonder if there are double fighters here for Bloody Knight, but even those won't save you against F-15s, so only one Kub and a Shilka as the only AA on the battlefield against enemy that can bring a seaplane and then A-10s, or just the A-10s in this match, in this scenario, with Recon A-10 spotting for the others and killing off your AA. Like, playing with fire here in my eyes as Bloody Knight, expecting bottom feeder who's not known to do air cheese openers and do not do the Ashes opener, and he is correct here, but it's a bit of a gamble in my eyes. Like, I would have at least opened with a double coup here in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the plan was to do that, but then immediately spotting the Navy SEAL, those points went into the Acacia, which is aiming right now currently against one of the Humvee TOWs. Two helicopters, AH-1 Cobras coming in, rocket helis to do some extra damage and help destroy the few infantry units. As long as the infantry and especially the recon gets taken out, the T-72s are not going to be able to hold these positions on their own. They're probably going to be in danger even on defense. No supply currently, so the Navy SEALs are not resupplying.
Yeah, resupply there really needed. Alaskan snipers there can do a decent job. The rocket helicopters will need resupply here as well. They have a good amount of Hydras, so the AH-1S Cobras, quite nice for that. Pretty cost efficient in general as just rocket gunships, but have to be careful with the Shilka. You have to disengage away from it. Yeah, Navy SEALs currently not that efficient either. There comes the fly helicopter. Navy SEALs. Oh, there is a M35 supply now on the front line that could repair the Navy SEAls. AGL here trying to help out. UCV as well. And one on the rear line. Katsia aiming for the Ito building. Our team Dragon might get hit in the crossfire there as well. And still no airplanes here on the left side. So I wonder if the plan is to get a big air spam later on, but like just playing a normal with 6 is a weird way to trying to approach a match against 9th Panzer, which is pretty clumsy in the opener, but really efficient in anything after the opener.
Yeah, I think it's just the immediate responses, whether it be the Cobras or the helicopter supply or the increased recon units, including the recon tanks out there in the North Line. It's because there's so many points. Those planes are so expensive. You're paying for heavy payloads. You are going to have to get the seed plane as well, considering it's the cornerstone of your strategy. So if Bloody Knight just keeps doing this kind of moderate to mild pushing and engagements all around the place, maybe they can just slowly and kind of accidentally also bleed away the points that would be going into the air spam. But meanwhile, I still think we're only 5 minutes in, and maybe the planes have already been bought and we just didn't notice.
Yep, and there's still also no real investment into AA on the other side, so Bloody Knight isn't ready for consolidated air push, but has, yeah, all 2 Shilkas on the front line, 1 coup in the rear line, so still no second coup, and once the seed plane comes around, this becomes completely untenable, with the bombers just being able to pick whatever they want. Engineer Dragon teams here getting to fire, but the T-72 is currently going unmolested. The MEV only has 16 frontal armor, so an ATGM from a plane will kill them. The M48s, on the other hand, they will have a tough time. They have the extra penetration rounds, so they at least have decent damage, but the MEV will deal a lot of damage to them. Seed comes around, finds a Shilka. Prowler flying in, has to be careful there. Gets damaged. Oop, not able to find the second hit though. A10 now coming in on its own. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. MEV in danger. And I'm surprised that we see the MEVs here and not just the normal M1s. But the Coop and the Shilka immediately find the kill. Yeah, bit of a bad micro situation there. A10 should have come at the same time as the seed plane. And, like, yeah, being pushed back. A10 down. So the air opener here, the opening air units not working out at all. And that is always terrible for 6. And you need more than 2 airplanes. Like, you have to build in a bit of redundancy in your air play S6. Losing one A10 is to be expected, but the enemy can't usually shoot down 2-3 airplanes at once. So the second A10 should have been with this, or maybe even a third. And then I think this could have done a lot of damage, and the loss of the A10 would have not been important at all. But this way around, it's majorly important, and no kills here on T-72s whatsoever. So the pressure keeps on growing for Bloody Knight.
Yeah, I mean, having 2 extra planes would have been 2 minutes extra waiting time for that air attack, and yeah, not getting. I understand sending in the Prowler first because you want it to be a surprise. You want to be catch that coup out before the enemy knows that there even is airplay, before the radar gets shut down. But unfortunately, completely messing it up, A10, and not getting its money's worth, and the single coup, single Shilka combo working perfectly with only 250 points of leadership, of points leadership here. It's really bad for bottom feeder. So bottom feeder is still basically on the offensive stand. It has to be. Though in meantime, Bloody Knight is engaging, and for this very moment, bottom feeder wants to just trade well, just compensate for the lack of the plane, just take out those T-72s. As I said in the opener, if Bloody Knight keeps sacrificing limited amounts of infantry units, but meanwhile growing the wider blob, of especially tanks, but also cubes, ATGM vehicles, recon helicopters, combat helicopters, then it's gonna be worth it. And especially now that bottom feeder already reaching a +2, the tanks, like bottom feeder needs to get kills here just immediately.
And yeah, Pioneers here under attack by the Navy SEALs, but the Navy SEALs not really getting the perfect engagement ranges here for them, so they're not just shredding the enemy. They still win the fights, but they are not killing off the enemy even. And S-22 is now getting a cost-efficient trade there. Prowler coming around again, gets spotted though. That should allow the other side to turn off their AA. The Shilka is not turned off, so the Prowler gets to fire a harm. Doesn't get the hit. 22 here, going pretty deep over all the stingers. But seems to survive here as well. Shilka still turned on. Peter will get another harm out if he wants to, but really playing so little air S6 and at the same time not playing more aggressive with your opener on the ground, that's just kind of set up for disaster, especially on a map like this, like Izura. If this would be Omen, okay, where you can then do real-line shenanigans of all your light forces and play it like we saw Meddi play, but this is one of the most like condensed maps that we got currently in the map pool. So it usually is mech division like pure on both sides, and yeah, we see currently why, because if you just leave the mech division to be, your light division just completely starts to collapse. And I think air spam here still could do something, because I still think Bloody Knight is super open for air opener, because or air spam at this point, because he still only has 2 AA units here. Like, this is absolutely insanely risky with Bloody Knight, but he is getting rewarded for it because bottom feeder refuses to do the things 6 US is supposed to do.
Yeah, it's but those planes are really expensive, and as much as I would love to see 2 bombing runs just completely level the middle zone here, that's more than 2 minutes income right there, and that income needs to be spent on ITOs. There also needs to be artillery. There also needs to be Navy SEALs. From our way of larger kind of God vision, seeing what's happening here, it's very easy for us to say that the planes would be nice here, but when you're actually just constantly responding to everything, it's so easy to argue yourself into caution, or argue yourself into going on with a strategy that you already invested in, because in the moment, stopping and thinking, is this really the way we're gonna be doing this? It's pretty difficult.
Yeah, but there's no room for stopping and thinking in 6 US. Like, you have to go with the flow, and you have to get that flow with the air, or just lose. Like, this is not a division about slowly outgrinding the enemy. It's never has been, and it never will be. It's all about getting the air setup that you need to win the game, especially on maps like this. There are a couple of matchups on maps where you can play it like a light division against other lighter divisions, but not against 9th Panzer on Izura. You have to go full, all gas, no brakes. If you run into the wall, you run into the wall. If you don't get the corner, you don't get the corner, but you have to drive max speed from the get-go and see if you can make it through the parkour. If you do a slow and steady race here, the 9th just is more reliable. It just will out-trade you and outperform you in combined arms. So I just don't see what the game plan is here for bottom feeder, and it's a bit odd here. Bloody Knight in a pretty decent spot and just keeps up the pressure. And yeah, if you want to do something like this, don't pick 6 US. And I mean, that's not what bottom feeder is known for. Like, bottom feeder is known for super reliable game plan, but why pick 6 US in that case then, instead of your classic 1st UK or 39th Moto or so?
Yeah, I mean, 2nd Panzer Grenadier was not banned, and would probably have been able to do both the opener forward deployment with Fallschirmjägers, and then also just transitioned into a more conventional gameplay.
Yeah, Navy SEALs here nearly getting a kill against the T-72, but so much else on the flank. And yeah, I don't think he is building up for an air opener, big air spam, because he is buying so much stuff. He even buys AAA now. Instead of having an F-15 with a couple of planes, and yes, it's expensive, and yes, you will have gaps in your 6 US, but that's how you play 6 US. Like, you have to give up those units on the ground. Especially on a map like this, where I feel like air spam is the only way, just having constant air dominance, and then allowing your light infantry units to win the fights once the enemy tanks have to run for cover. And just come out at that point.
3-0 vet light rifles, RCL with the recoilless getting sent out there to just exist as frontline fodder. No, you're fighting against the mech division, the T-72s.
The fire teams are just getting light. Exactly, like in some matchups against infantry divisions, like your Navy SEALs, your light rifle RCLs, your COCVs with the AGL, like, they can win infantry fights. And your M48s can win light tank fights as well, but not against Ninth. Ninth is all about being one of the slowest openers and just pure efficiency afterwards. Pure great combine arms efficiency afterwards. And yeah, we have another Prowler here now, or maybe the same Prowler, I guess, out here again, trying to find more value, and it's just no AA here. So it doesn't even see anything. Why is there less investment into AA, into air? Like another Cobra here now coming out instead of a Bomber.
Yeah, 15 minutes in, and the Acacia that was bought at the first minute has finally run out of ammunition, and that's a value unit right there, if you can manage to run out your ammunition this fast.
Yeah, T-72s here, still on the sideline. Nothing to deal with them frontally, because you don't get anything to deal with them frontally, especially on these ranges. Like, you have decent ATGMs, but this is not an ATGM map, because the ranges are just too short. Tanks will fire on your ITO teams, on your ITO vehicles especially, immediately. So you need something with staying power, or you need to just kill the enemy units whilst they're existing. And yeah, this is a weird Division 1 game. Like, I haven't seen such a weird game plan in Division 1 in a long time. Like, and this is also just such a weird pick from Bottom Feeder, because he is not known to play a division like this. Like, he usually plays those mech divisions himself, and he is fantastic with it. So I'm not quite sure what it was on. Maybe they both knew that they were eliminated, and Bottom Feeder was trying to test something new out here. But this for sure isn't the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, in the last game with Tman, it was pretty straightforward to see what went wrong. Tman expected one tactic and got the second one, and then was owned. And in this case, Bottom Feeder seemed to just like get the standard results, the expected results. The enemy does not engage, you get the free point, and then you start defending. But in practice, everything has just gone really badly for Bottom Feeder, for the reasons you've been laying out here. Since the very start, first buys of the game, Bottom Feeder has been buying units defensively, despite not really like trying to react, sending in the Cobra, sending in the reinforcements, and trying to just keep up what they have. And that's because Bloody Knight was basically donated a safe and passive way to keep building up a T-72 blob, while constantly keeping Bottom Feeder under pressure by sending in 0 vet Motorschützen.
The MUVs here holding the line against the light rifles. The light rifles firing all their shots there, and might eventually even get a kill there. Though not if the micro there is on par with Bloody Knight, and yeah, Bloody Knight just kills one, disengages just before his units die, can repair them afterwards. Seaplane here getting some value. F-15 fighter is around, but still no big air blob. And now the Bloody Knight can invest into the AA here on the side hustle as well. So by now he has 3 Shilkas, 2 Coops. So even if the air spam starts to come now it's too late. Like, why is there an iHawk on the battlefield? You are not supposed to play defensive with your AA. If you have the air spam out, you can bring an iHawk to win the air battles then, but that's not what happened here. He bought it against the Su-22s. Instead of buying an F-15, he bought an Ihawk. And that's just not the way to go as 6. So it's really, like, the execution on the battlefield is not terrible from bottom feeder. Like, his micro is okay. It's pretty solid high-level player micro, but the game plan is just really Division 4 level here right now. It's it's a weird one.
Yeah, it's like the I don't like the A10 on this map. I think it's there's too much cover. There's too much like too many tanks have smokes. Even the moves have smokes. Too much like too many buildings, too many forests. The A10 is great at punishing tanks and units on the open, but right here it has to basically fly into the cube range to engage something in the front line, and that cube is relatively far behind the front line even. And if it's so easy to just press B and you sacrifice some supply on your units that can immediately in 2 seconds be in cover, and then you kill an A10 for it, that's amazing value. I think the bombers are like more suitable for Isra here. You just you don't get the chances. Let's say you're in Vertigo, and in Vertigo in the opener, everybody's gonna be crossing these open areas, and A10 can slowly just go out and destroy a whole column. But not here.
Yeah, and like the 6 is not great on this map, but if you pick it, at least give us something fun. But this is not even fun gameplay. This is just really normal normal combined arms attempt with a division that just doesn't have that normal combined arms against a division that has, and it's so weird. Like, no aggression out of bottom feeder at all. He hasn't started a single engagement. He hasn't tried anything on the flank. He has been the reactive player with the division that maybe in all WARNO divisions has to be the most decisive out of them all, because it just doesn't have any redundancy built in. Doesn't have that mech core built in. Like, even less so than quite a lot of airborne divisions. You don't even get any autocannons in it. Like, it's not like it has BMD2s or anything like that. Where you could say maybe you go for a weird mech plop on the side or so. It's it's light infantry, a couple of ATGMs, and then the best air tap in the game. And that best air tap in the game hasn't come around whatsoever.
Yeah, so far we're looking at just more recon infantry, more supply, and more tanks from bottom feeder, with basically no counterattack manifesting. Artillery is trying to do some damage on the captured zone of Elena, but no maneuverability, no momentum. Even the Navy SEALs can't move house to house and try to move anywhere, because at any point when they get spotted, the T-72s can just go from behind a corner and open fire. And it is really, I don't know, I'd say just don't play sixth on a map against an armored division unless you know that you can actually like get results in the opener. And I get that Isra is a new map, and I kind of enjoy seeing this stuff getting tried out. But it seems like this is not sustainable. It requires the enemy to just overextend early on, and on this level, people just don't do that as much.
Yeah, like, and it also plays perfectly into how Bloody Knight likes to play. Like, it does like bottom feeder. Like, their gameplay usually is pretty similar. And yeah, they've played a similar game plan here right now as well, but just one has a Division for it and the other one doesn't. And it's really one of the oddest Division 1 games I have played in a while. Like, I tried to find anything positive to say here, really, but there's just nothing about it, and I'm just really perplexed about the idea. Like, those, yeah, Prowler just now running deep without any air support. Like, if you pick a off-brand Division 4 map, at least try something fancy. But this was neither fancy nor great executed defense. Like, maybe you lure the enemy into a weird situation, but it was just, yeah, I position on the front line, enemy does the same, and then I just play from there, and Six just doesn't do that. Six just really doesn't do that. I'm not sure if there was a mispick, if he got the division by random or so. Like, I really would like to know what bottom feeder's idea were here, because I just can't find it. And I haven't. It's really. I'm kind of shocked on how this game looks from a player that usually is really on top of his game, and we have seen him do amazing performances. Not this season so far, but he has played really great games in the past, and this for sure ain't one of them.
Yeah, so far, not tank push happening. Bloody Knight leading by a zone and 700 points. But yeah, even in this late game, so many units and nothing that can effectively counter a bunch of BMP1s and T72s. It really is the story of WARNO meta right now. Oh, can you effectively counter low to medium level mechanized packed units? And if the answer is yes, you're probably gonna be competitive. If the answer is I'm gonna have trouble with that, but I can do other stuff, probably not gonna be that too competitive.
I mean, we have seen great
Divisions such as 4th AD, for instance, cannot really effectively fight against T72s, so it's not competitive.
I mean, we have seen 6US do competitive stuff though this season, and I don't think it's not
overall.
It's not the map for it, and it's also really not the playstyle. Like it's really like how do you come up with this playstyle? Like I'm so perplexed by the unit composition alone. Now there comes a single A10 again. Like single planes on Izura. It's kind of as narrow or even more so than the lovely map of Mount River. So it's just as suicidal there, and never use single planes at 6US. It's the division that is not allowed to do that. Like, if there is a division out there that has to do good airplay, it is 6US, where you have to get your strike packages just right. Because yeah, they are pricey, but they are also absolutely insanely capable. You have the best recon plane in the game, you have the best seat plane in the game, that also gives you E-warfare, and then you have a good mix of fantastic strike aircraft, decent fighters, or like good fighters behind it, but they're not cost efficient per se for the F-15s. Yeah, and you have to use that. You have to get an advantage out of that. You don't have to win necessarily just with your air, but if you don't use it at all, you're gonna lose every single game with 6US. It's the division that demands airplay the most out of all divisions out there. There are a couple of others that are good with air, but none has it as essentially built into it as 6US, and we have seen Fortitude fans, we have seen Bend Over doing amazing things with it. Fortitude fans with great air openers, Bend Over with great combined usage of air spam or air units combined with the ground units. But here we had the ground units. We didn't have the ground units in any particularly fancy opener either. It was just a classic, we built the front line, and then we didn't have anything after that. And yeah, now we are on a +3. This game was over 20 minutes ago, but it's still ticking up here as Bloody Knight just now slowly moves on. He didn't need to do anything fancy, and yeah, Bottom Feeder, if you're seeing this, like, what was the idea here? Please let us know, because I just don't see it, and I'm a bit perplexed seeing this from a top-level player, because this feels like first game 6US, not knowing what the division does.
Yeah, so far, still haven't seen the napalm launcher, which I think is kind of unfortunate, because in even if let's say bottom feeder, my dream was that bottom feeder got really good early game and kind of pushes Bloody Knight into a late game build up, and then with the napalm launcher just starts going through blocks of buildings with the napalm, but didn't even have to go that far.
Yeah,
just the one Akatsya here, just removing infantry squads every minute.
And it's a weird one. I really Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see what Fortitude fans is doing in the playoffs. Like the playoffs matchups in general are looking pretty sexy, and we're gonna have a look on that into that after the second game. But yeah, this one here, not one of the top games. Like it's one of the war games of all time, but no, 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 really. Sometimes I'm a bit surprised by how even top level players can just mishandle their forces like this, and that always makes me a bit happy because, I mean, yeah, I'm talking here from the sideline. I have had games like this as well where I just wasn't in it, and I just maybe brought in the combined arms force that just didn't work at all, and just kept mishandling it. And yeah, Bloody Knight just playing really clutch game. Like Bloody Knight did everything correct here. There was not a
Yeah.
single moment where this was in danger. And he played really good. Like his ninth did the job right. He bought the right units. I still think he underbought AA, but he didn't need to buy it. And yeah, bottom feeder still did get a decent amount of kills. Like he microed well. He just didn't play 6 US though. He played any other division but not 6 US.
Yeah, the interestingly, the Prowler actually all the kills it got were shieldcast. The shieldcast were acting as a like a catching net for the siege missile, so the coops could be coops could survive. Which I don't know if that happened on purpose, but it could be something pretty smart to do on purpose. And if you look at all the kills that are gotten by by the Americans here, you see a lot of Motorschützen. You see a lot of Motorschützen, a lot of BMPs, a lot of Motorschützen, Aufklärer, Schilka, BMP, and not a lot of T-72s. And I think that really was where the how the game became so one-sided, despite the KDR still being like pretty decent. You don't have to actually like destroy the enemy for you to win an engagement, and but even then, so many tanks here just with loads and loads and loads of kills. If like you look at the if you look at the grenade machine gun that has killed 5 units, how much damage did that machine gun do all throughout the game if it actually got like 5 kills? This is it is the key units, and no amount of sending in waves of infantry that does not kill the key units can ever, in the end, win you uh, a game if you're in the back position, on the back foot.
Yeah, I think Bloody Knight played this really riskily. Like low AA and the MEVs are like just a shortcut compared to the M1s, and they don't survive against the A10s. So if the A10s would have come with good seed, would have come with recon, I think that was actually an opener there for the airplay, but it just never came. And yeah, we were 30 minutes in a game where 6 US just didn't do 6 US things. So I'm interested to see what we're gonna see here in game number 2. If Butterfeeder gives us a more down to earth show there and more down to his normal playstyle, or if we see a weird one there as well. Yeah, let's see. Quick break, guys, and then we're gonna be back with game number 2. we go to Mount River, and bottom feeder plays a bit of an off-meta division once more that we have seen on this map here before as well, but I think it's way more on brand with his play. I have seen him on 4th Armored before. He is really good with first UK. He is really solid with 4th Armored as well. Bloody Knight with the more meta division, 20th Panzer here on the other side. Before we jump in, once more, big shout out here to Metrino, guys. And thanks to all of you clicking the claim code button. Another 5 here doing so. You can do so once more here, guys. Just lose the link in the chat. Click the claim code button, add 25 cents. And yeah, let's get back into the action with this lovely, lovely game. And with bottom feeder here, with a way more on-brand playstyle. We have a weird one as well. So yeah, I don't believe what they took these games 100% seriously anymore, knowing that they both didn't make it into the playoff stages at this point. That's gonna be Scuff and Mix 90 in this group. But this is a way more on-brand playstyle with the Wombat in Wombat. And I'm excited for that one. Like the 60-point double Wombat, the Wombat FV432 with Smoke, solid little unit there as well, and then some chieftains behind it. We'll see how this goes. On the other side, we have a pretty standard Me Too Salamandra, a couple of Fagots, a couple of 7mm, T72M1 opener. Like this looks relatively standard Polish sort of Panzerna playstyle. And I'm excited to see if this bottom feeder opener was Paul and Anna can maybe catch him off guard there and just get enough firepower. What's the front line?
Yeah, I mean, this is we already saw 4th AD being played on this map by Tman, and this is quite obviously a different strategy. The heavy Wombat numbers opener is basically about just putting down fire downrange early on, knowing that there's gonna be units that are susceptible to that. Specifically, Honkerus, small recon special forces, Terror Specialni, and by the time the enemy tanks come in there, the Wombats can move around and spread out and maybe get themselves into positions to do some side shots. With 15 penetration, it is realistic to get those. Unfortunately, with only 15 rounds, they're not going to be able to actually perform as fire support without constant resupply. And supply is already bought in the opener, which means that bottom feeder knows what's up. But even then, I just reckon the Polish are just it's way better. That the T72 is just so good compared to the Chieftain. The best division, the most difficult division to play against is the one that is just like one level above from you. And the T72 divisions are in every way better, but not by too much. It's not like they're going against M1A1s here or T80s. The T72 is both affordable and more than enough to hard counter the chieftains, and that basically puts bottom feeder in a position where they have to make lemons with the lemonade. They have to do something. They have to if this is going to be a late game victory for 4th AD, I think I only have 2 words which can explain this happening: Milan 2.
Yeah, and if there's one British thing to do, that's making lemons out of lemonade. That sounds like a really yeah, no, we don't like the tasty one. We want the bitter fruit. Let's go. Let's have some fun with the Wombats here, and let's see what they can achieve. I think with the double MiG-21 opener, the cost efficiency here on the ground should be pretty good for bottom feeder. I believe this actually has a shot of doing a decent amount of damage. So the Honkaroos getting really deep in the south, that is a bit annoying. If bottom feeder realizes what is happening, he should still be able to deal with that relatively easily later on as well, but the Honkaroos for now getting through, that could be quite problematic in the late game. Helicopter here, Lynx gets gunned down. Me Too RP Salamandra gaining a bit of ground. Center captured by Bloody Knight. But the big question is, how far can bottom feeder go in the north. And yeah, Honka Rus here now trying to go onto the reinforcement roads. This is really dangerous. The ferrets coming in numbers will try to find it. And even if you kill a ferret or two, this is not the end of the world. I love the ferret. 15-point, very good optics unit with fast speed and a MG at least. It's not a great MG, but it can do a bit of damage. It has smoke too, so that can be helpful. That's the Rospecialny and the Honka Rus here. Get out on the rear line. Javelin LML versus the Me Too URPs. Pretty decent as well. And yeah, here comes the plop that needs to get some value done.
Yeah, the LMLs are good at doing follow-up shots because they have salvo length of 3. So despite the British not having gun AA, the LMLs kind of fit the gap in having anti-helicopter AA. And Saxons are getting sent out here to do screening, but the Fagots, the Bloody Knights units are on passenger-only transport vehicles. Basically means that they're not going to waste missiles against transport vehicles, even if those vehicles are armed. So the Saxons can just kind of sit there. Maybe this is something bottom feeder can start exploiting in just a moment. Very daring to drive the Sultan right there in before any of the other units, but so far Bloody Knight has not punished this AA gun firing against the motorized scouts. Bloody Knight has a fighter two fighters and a bomber up, and oh no, the Rospecialny, it's near the crossroads in the middle. But the ferrets have spotted it. So now with the Chancellor coming in and motorized scouts being out there, I think this can be it's gonna take attention. It's gonna maybe slow down bottom feeders' attack by drawing away attention. And meanwhile, Bloody Knight is exploiting the information by actually pushing into the blue side in the middle. So getting into those big forests, which is a major way to slow down your enemy and slow down their ability to move into the middle, not just by having the tower, the silo tower, which allows you to spot stuff that is further up north, but also having the ability to move around and send units into the backlines. Even if you don't do that much, having the ability to means your enemy is going to have to prepare for it. And as we know, 4th AD is a slow division that currently needs to be played very aggressively, lest the T-72, when the clock strikes midnight, Protoss, the T-72s are going to, they're going to, the spirits of the lost T-72s in the Siberian back wastes, they're going to travel far out to the west and get tagged by an FPV drone.
Yeah, we have a chieftain here, Mark 62 coming around. No cluster bombers here out. The air dominance currently on Bloody Knight's side, as he brought a couple of MiG-21s out there, even bombed the track drop here. And the Honka Rus Rospecialny annoyance here in the rear line is actually getting way more value than it's allowed to get usually, even forcing a super expensive and long reload time Phantom Bomber to bomb a Honka Rus there. And instead of like running in a chieftain and 2 rifle infantry, or two chieftains and rifle infantry, he overthinks the whole thing here. I feel like bottom feeder just overcomplicating it instead of just using the normal slash hammer. It's 4-point infantry units, and they have terrible AT. So 2 chieftain Mark 6s with an infantry unit in front of them could have cleaned this out. Instead, a lot of units have been used, and the units are still there. And that means the push in the north is stuck, because the Wombats now need to move on their own without infantry support that is supposed to come up quickly behind it. And yeah, we have a +2 for now, because Bloody Knight not quick on capturing the middle, but it's not going to come in as a quick push to the rest of the map. Okay, scouts in the north, a bit unfortunate there. Missing 3 times? Come on. They missed 4 times in a row. Okay, the Honka Rus just getting main character syndrome there after this one. Like, absolutely unfortunate there for bottom feeder. And
the Wombats up north are slowly trying to do damage against the T-72. The problem is that even with turrets stuck and even with low cohesion, the autoloader of the T-72 means it can still keep up fire, making it pretty decent against this kind of this kind of soft attack pushing that depends on the enemy kind of being careful about their tanks. Now, as with the Rospecialny still out there in the front line and the Honkarusas holding corners, Bottom Feeder is buying 4 0-vet motor rifles to probably them. No, they are being ordered right out there to the front line. I mean, this is the big risk if even like 1 or 2 of them get caught.
Yeah, the Wombat slowly pushing in. Me too, US. Rotating around the flank. And Wombats trying to shoot up the Smeg. More mod rifles now coming in, but the Honker is still around. The Rospecialny there, still having 3 rounds remaining in their RPG 7 VM, so they can kill this off as well. This is such an annoying game here right now for Bottom Feeder. And yeah, I think he just over complicated that as well. Loses the CV now to the Malyutka, and the Wombats just not really in position to take the engagements here against the BMP-1s and the T-55 ASs. So the Honkaroos here just getting a lot of value. Phantom HE coming around. Trying to come around the flank. Needs to get a good run. There is not a lot of AA yet. Coop not quite on the front line yet, so the HE bomber here can generate some value for sure. Will hit the T-55S and get the kill there. That is okay. Will need to do that eventually again in the future, but at the same time, Rospecialny got 1 infantry killed off. The other one, it killed at least a Saxon. So the Rospecialny is still alive, forcing more reinforcements to unload there. Whilst the center has been completely killed off, and Bloody Knight now pushing through into Anna again in the north. So yeah, the 4th US game plan here, not really doing it. Not really doing it for Bottom Feeder.
Yeah, now the Polish are gonna be have a standard unit composition up north. The BMRs, the some T-72s with a bunch of BMP-1 support here, providing the Malyutkas and kind of the cheap screening. And yep, and that's really about it. Piekota Schmeck and Saperis Sturmovy move forwards. They're gonna find out enemy 0-vet infantry. Vehicles are gonna shoot at that 0-vet infantry. And then that's gonna be about it.
Phantom HE here, finding a kill, but Oops and Shilkas, as always on this map, will cut that down eventually. So only get 1 or 2 more rounds out of this thing before it's gonna die. And at the same time, yeah, only 1 Milan 2 and a couple of Wombats here now trying to hold the north, but even that is not good enough because with Anna falling, it's already elite here now for Bloody Knight. 21 does turn in the right direction as well, and really the 2 Rospecialnys diving deep here, ruining everything for Bloody Knight, for Bottom Feeder, and Bottom Feeder really just reacting with a bit, first of all, getting unfortunate there, but also reacting in the wrong manner and with the wrong units, and just time and again throwing units into those units without getting the results that they wanted. And now Bloody Knight has the better trait and has the way better position on the map at the same time. And yeah, we see Swift and Mark 11s now coming onto the battlefield, but there are enough T-72s on the other side by now. There is more infantry there with IFVs. You don't get IFVs as 4th. That's really the big deficit. Like, the Chieftains are not great, but they are still medium tanks, and they are still somewhat okay against the T-72s with their decent penetration and okayish armor with the 15, 18.
Yeah, if they get if they maneuver themselves close enough to penetrate the T-72, but unfortunately that's really difficult with 40 kph. And also, if they, even though the autoloader is partly a debuff because it limits the maximum fire rate of the T-72s to 8, it also limits the minimum fire rate of T-72s into 8. So if you want to be slugging out shots on the long ranges and slowly chew out the T-72's armor, that's also not really something that the chieftain can realistically do. I recently, with the T72 meta happening, because the T72 in real life sucks shit. Bad tank. The theory of building the tank that is so cheap and affordable that it can just outlast everything failed in the face of modern warfare and modern military science. That has been a failed project from the Soviets and the Russians. But in WARNO, it works perfectly. It's like, I don't know. I don't participate in Discord drama because I'm a 29-year-old man with a job, but I have heard some rumblings about certain people having some ideological interpretations of how the game should be designed, and maybe their effect on the long range has allowed for this T72 meta to emerge. Though I still say we should just balance the T72 by making it giving it the 5 kph reverse. Let's see how it happens then.
Yeah, but the reverse speed is the thing in general. Like, obviously, NATO tanks still would reverse faster, but they would reverse not as fast as they do in the game right now either. So it is for sure something that isn't really realistically shown on the T72s. But the T72 nowadays also is 40 years older than it was, or 35 years older than it was in 1989. In 1989, it wasn't a fantastic tank, but it was still a pretty decent tank, and I think the Chieftain, being the older tank of the two, is performing on par. It's just not cost efficient on par, and that's the issue here. But when it comes to the game here, I also think it's really, as I said, the issue of the other side has BMP1s and BMP2s, and you don't, and IVs being such a key part of this game plan, and if you then have to push into those BMP1s and BMP2s, that's the bigger issue than having to push into the T72s, because you can deal with them okay with your older chieftains.
Yeah, it's the fact that even like an obsolete ATGM like the Malyutka has 225 suppression, and you have like 2 of those flying at you, and that's the equivalent of suppression equivalent of taking like 2 or 3 shots from a 120mm tank gun, and that inherent like cohesion disadvantage where you're gonna have to be eating that extra suppression, it just makes your tanks less capable, and in the chieftain's case also does pretty serious damage to them.
Yeah,
but yeah, I'd say if World War III had happened during the détente, during the 70s, during the time when James Bond was like accepting Soviet medals, back in the blonde James Bond era of the 70s, like, yeah, maybe the T-72 would have probably beaten through the Centurions and the Patterns and all of that. But then composite armor and modern gearboxes and tungsten rod penetrators were invented.
Yeah, by 1989, obviously the Soviet Union's decay had fully set in, and it's a bit of a gamification for sure that NATO is on equal footing here, or Pact is on equal footing with NATO on this part. But if you put it a decade earlier in conventional ground forces, then it would be the other way around. So it's like, I think 85 would have been the perfect setting if you want them on equal footing, or maybe 83 or so. But it's
1954, back when the U.S. military was unironically defunded. Or no, wait, no, that was 49 was when it was defunded. Yeah. So
yeah,
let's go back there.
Coming around, hitting again. I mean, Soviet equipment has been successful enough outside of the Soviet Union at beating the US over time. Not in direct 1-to-1 numbers, never that, but if you give it to the Vietnamese and the Vietnamese use it, they will do decent stuff with the MiG-21s and force the US to the table eventually. And I think that's the game plan behind all the designs of the Soviet Union in general, not winning 1v1, but outlasting in numbers. And yeah, that doesn't work on modern battlefields, and doesn't work when you don't have the Soviet production capabilities anymore on the modern battlefield, and modern Russia, for example, doesn't have that. Yeah,
Yeah, though looking at the productive capabilities of the West, did you read about all the drone factories that are being set up by flim flam tech guys suddenly not being profitable? So Doge, the Department of Government Efficiency, aka Elon Musk Ministry, is for whatever reason acquiring massive amounts of drones for the military for no reason except that Elon is probably invested in a bunch of these because he doesn't understand anything about military procurement and thinks that, oh, $20 drone kills $10 million tank. This is the way I understand the world because I'm a tech guy. But yeah, it's at least Europe is doing well with this. Just recently, first artillery mass production started in Ukraine.
And yeah, mech rifles here, mod rifles trying to push forward again. Bottom feeder has grinded his way back to the starting line here, basically. But as he has given up sign, that doesn't help him. And he needs more than this. And just like Tman before him earlier today, he now has to try to find an aggressive playstyle with a division. But unlike Tman, he had a terrible early game, like the classical Tman usually would have. And that means that he is getting artillery hit by artillery instead of being the one dishing out the damage with artillery himself, and that makes the whole thing even harder. Plus, up against T-72s instead of T-55s, so that doesn't really help the situation with the Chieftain Mark 11s here either. They will try to move forward, but no ATGM support here, no Milan 2s behind all of this to actually deal some damage. And yeah, this is something that I find always weird about how people play not just 4th, but also 1st UK. Like, we have seen so many game plans where the cost-efficient ATGM units, like the Warrior Obliques, but in this division also the lower quality, but still really just as cost-efficient ATGM vehicles of the FV432 Milan 1s, not being around behind the Chieftains, and then just the Chieftains can't work. Like, they are less cost-efficient than the other tanks right now, but the British are being compensated by the other units being cost-efficient, and they are not being used here. We saw that with the Wombats being attempted, but that obviously failed completely due to the Honkers putting anything in disarray behind them. And ever since, like, this is not quite working out yet. There have been some decent trades here by Bottom Feeder, but it doesn't really have the forces to take on T-72s. And yeah, that's the issue. The frontal armor of the T-72 is the big differentiator here. And yep, no M1A1s, no Challenger 2s to do the job. So yeah, Chieftain actually has the same damage output, just not quite the frontal armor of the Chelly 2 to do the job here.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that, like, the Spartan MCT, which is an excellent missile launcher, fast rate of fire, 2 salvo, and it's only 40 points, and it does have a smoke. Going against the BMP, which does not have a smoke, has a worse missile launcher, salvo length of 1, and is at 30 points. That the BMP ones, being like cheap and expendable, are just all around the place, and they're always firing. They're constantly running out of missiles, which is exactly what's supposed to be happening. And the Spartan MCTs are being used as stationary because of their better ATGM. Despite being only 10 points more expensive, they're being used as stationary defensive missiles, and that's not the way to go because Chieftains don't have the punching power.
Yeah, Honkaroos now spotting the M107 here in the rear as well, so that might even be getting counter-batteried or bombed. It's coming out now. Javelins trying to get onto the battlefield as well, but the Bloods 2 still taking on, only 19 minutes remaining, and I think Bottom Feeder grinded himself back into a okay spot here with a good couple of bombing runs and stuff like that. But it's not a position where he actually has an advantage right now, and that coming from a point deficit is the big issue here now. MiG-21 now killing off the Jaguar. The Jaguar did get a decent bombing run, but nothing that allows Bottom Feeder to break through in the south, and he would need to get into the center here. Like, it's once more all about getting into the center. And he's trying to do the damage with the artillery. Like, you really can see the classic Bottom Feeder playstyle here now from this point onward. And him just setting up a decent mech combined arms and playing it well. Like, this is the bottom feeder that I wanted to see in game number 1. And that obviously can't happen with 6 US. And yeah, now we got him here in game number 2, but a bit too late because he got by Bloody Knights early game. And it's gonna be tough to grind himself out of this now. He has a Spartan on the side, he has some Milan 2s now, and the Chieftains do have a decent fire line, but yeah, they are just a bit too expensive for Fortitude. Like, they have a decent gun, they have a decent frontal armor, but the lower speed, the lower rate of fire is not quite compensated enough. They need to be 5-10 points cheaper. I think then Chieftains will be just totally fine, and currently it's just a bit of a cost efficiency issue on their part, whilst the T-72s are nerfed into a place where they're not completely bonkers, but they're still good. And yeah, you need to deal with them.
Yeah, the once again we're having 3 chieftains trying to move here and engaging soft targets for the moment, but yeah, it's the at 17 minutes being able to get like 1,000 points is absolutely not impossible, not on this map. And there is a pincer attack happening against the Bloody Knights middle here. There is a demolition tank coming down south and standard tanks coming up north, but there are units on the flanks. There are BMPs and infantry down southeast, and also there's a potential that if bottom feeder starts investing too much into this middle attack, that the front line up north is going to
the
crush.
second bailout. The second bailout. He has a militant behind it, but he can't really rescue it at this point. Especially not with his fagot from the side. Oh, that might get the chieftain there. Okay, misses, but gets the stun. And yeah, that chieftain there in the bailout position. It might actually... No, it hasn't retreated far enough, and there it goes. Goes up. Second bailout in a row. Please, Eugen, do something about how bailouts are applied. Like, I'm not against the crit, but I think it should be a saving crit instead of a, like, killing crit. Like, it should be applied instead of a tank going down to 0 hit points, it should be left with 1 hit point and bailed out. And then you can maybe rescue it. And that, I think it would be the way more interesting way of doing the mechanic instead of, oh yeah, something hits your tank frontally, does 1 damage, and bye-bye your tank. Like, this is neither fun to play with, nor really a cool, like, yeah, cool authentic mechanic. Like, Panic already does the thing that you want, like, light glancing shots to do. You don't need to do it with bailouts. Or only have it, like, once it does enough damage per 1 hit or so, but not quite like this. And yeah, here we go. Bloody Knight winning 2-0. Deserved victory. Bottom feeder. Yeah, going out 0-2 here in this one. Just not playing to his peak. Playing an interesting one here in the second one at least, though. And yeah, having still some good shows there in the late game. But the early game was won by Honkaroos. Still showing that the Honkaroos, also after the nerfs, still a menace. But yeah, I think 20th Panzerna is on a decent spot. 4th Armored needs a bit of help, and we'll see if we get that. And yeah, with that said, let's have a look on what Division 1 actually looks like now. As we have the group stage in Division 1 finished. The first time ever that Division 1 played all their group stage games in time that we gave them. We gave them an extra week this time around compared to most other seasons, but they also had a bit bigger groups this time, so big shout out there to all Division 1 players for putting in the grind this time around. No dropouts or anything like that either, so nearly all games have been played. Only ProComi, after realizing that he couldn't get out of group stage, did forfeit 1, but that's it. And yeah, really great season this time around so far already. And I'm pretty excited for the wild mix of people that we have in the playoffs as well. And yeah, Fortitude fans versus Starbrecher. Maybe Tman Plays did it on purpose here, giving Fortitude the first place. Maybe he wanted to touch Starbrecher, but more importantly, maybe he wanted to get the crunch match against Stardeck. Some open builds to be paid there for stream sniping and all. So this is going to be interesting. What do you think about the 8 players that we have here, who is your favorite out of them?
So I hate to say this. Not really, but I kind of am thinking that the favorite player, that the one that I am most excited to see play here, is Stardeck. I think Tman versus Stardeck is great, not just because both of them have extensive experience with each other, but also because Stardeck has the quality of just throwing caution in the wind and succeeding. Like Meddi will throw caution to the wind and not succeed. Fortitude Fence used to be known as the like super overpowering, unstoppable air spammer, but as the game has been balanced, it has moved into a more standard and cautionary play style. And I think after Stardeck, I am very interested in Stahlbreaker. Stahl is, I think, kind of the like relative underdog here, but having, as far as I remember, like excellent basically like having excellent fundamentals and having to go against Fortitude Fence. But I think Stahl is somebody who seems to care a lot about winning, and I think there's so much information out there about Fortitude Fence's gameplay that I'm hoping that Stahl might actually like design something against them. And also Babblegun, aka Scoof. Scoof, of course, excellent player, top tier, the second best Russian player, probably considering that Pro Commie also exists. Not here right now, so Scoof could technically go out here and try to grab that trophy or that position for himself.
Yeah, we have seen him in the final before, but I feel like the upper bracket here got a bit lighter. Like, as far as you can talk about being an easier part in the top 8 of a WARNO league. But it's quite interesting that Mix 90 and Tman both ended up close second place in their group, and with that absolutely overstacking the lower bracket here, because Griffin, amazing show in Group B. Like, Hippie did play really solid, really, really high level as well. If anybody slips up, Hippie will beat them. I don't think Hippie has anything super special to show at the moment from the games we have seen so far. Maybe he has some fancy strategies, but in general, Hippie is just a really solid mechanical player. And if Babblegun tries to do anything fancy, he will lose. Stahl and Fortitude, I feel like, are on a bit of a back foot if Hippie makes it through as well, because they are just a bit too predictable and not quite as strong mechanically on the basics as Hippie is. But the lower bracket is all 4 players that are insanely good on the fundamentals. Griffin has made a really good look so far. Mix 90, rank 1 at the moment, absolutely annihilated when he played on his top in the group stage as well. And Bloody Knight did show people how to beat him, though. If you play peak basic, Mix trying to be a bit too fancy for himself will get him. But Stardeck versus Tman also, yeah, a really interesting match. We had it a couple of times before in the league history as well. And also, obviously, is loaded with a lot of stream snipes from Stardeck against Tman and so on. So, yeah,
Yeah.
that'll be interesting to see how that one goes. I'm not sure if Stardeck really is on the top level. He did beat Tiberius absolutely amazingly, but I feel like this was more Tiberius falling out of the meta this season. More so than Stardeck actually really doing anything special. I think it was just Tiberius beating himself by being overly aggressive, which is just not the meta for the current map pool, especially, but also the division matchups. And yeah, I think this is a really exciting 8-player setup here with some new faces for the first time, and then a lot of well-known names here that all have done it before, but let's see how far they can get this time. And yep, we will have a bit more Division 2, 3, and 4 to cover for tomorrow. Then the group stage gonna be ending for those groups as well. So next Monday or Tuesday, we're gonna have an extra show about all the stats so far this league season and all about all the brackets. So yeah, more information about that tomorrow, guys. And then also more Army General multiplayer tomorrow. So WARNO is going to come your way in a lot of ways here, guys. Don't you worry. I'm not becoming a Master of Command only streamer now. I love that game, but WARNO is still where my heart is at, and multiplayer especially. So yeah, this was a lot of fun, guys. Gonna end it here for today. Chloe, do you have any final words for our audience?
No, I don't, except that I'm happy to get back into casting. It was unfortunate that I got sick, but at least I got it out of the way.
Yeah.
While the weather is horrible.
Yeah, and now we also have you fit and ready again for the playoffs. I have some epic games coming our way, and yeah, let's see. We can send you guys to. Let's send you over to Falcon, Green Falcon 1, playing some WARNO here. So yeah, active viewer of the channel as well. Say hello to Green Falcon. Help him improve on his way to improving. And see you all in the next one. Bye bye.